Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Dude. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. All right, let's test this mic. Hello there. Closed captions don't understand context. Like, let's test this mic. Oh, no, it did that time. Excellent. Let's test this mic. Wow, okay, it's smarter than I thought. See, if you turn your closed captions on, it says, let's test this mic. That spells M-I-C. Let's test this mic. Wow. Look at that. That's incredible. The things the internet does. Okay, the mic looks like it's at a good level. The closed captions look like they're coming through. Okay, cool. Be right there.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Oh, gosh darn it. All right, how are those audio levels? Captions look good. Mic sounds and looks okay. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Let's get started. Hello, good day. Good afternoon. Good morning. Thanks. I think I need a specific sound for being muted. It's happened a couple times. It's happened a couple times at the beginning of stream. Is it happening again? No. Okay. I should have known. The audio bar was great. Not and Getty, welcome in. Shayna, welcome in. Dan, hello. Good to see you. Twinderella, good morning. Robbie, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Boris, welcome. Interesting. All right. Thank you for your efforts to get me to understand that. Who's knows? Welcome in. Beep boop Beth. Good day. Good day. Mikey, hello. Who am I talking to? Me, myself, y'all, but I didn't realize it. All right. Slinka, hello. Oh, all right. We figured it out. All right. We figured it out. You know what I'd like to do? It's still, it's I'm gonna make myself a coffee. We have a good stream today. It's gonna be a longer one. Love and appreciate the tie-dye. Thank you. I often wear black on stream / in life, and I thought that I'd like to wear some colors today. This isn't the tie-dye shirt that I wanted to wear, if I'm being perfectly honest, but the one I wanted to wear is in the laundry. And you would have known if I was wearing a dirty shirt, because it's all wrinkled. And I would know from other sensory elements like smell and feel. It would feel very stretched out and worn. Anyway, thank you. As the stream goes on today, I'm probably going to take this overshirt off, because once the oven is on, it gets warmer in here. Shockingly enough. So there will be more tie-dye. Today is cookie day. So I have a couple things we're doing today. We're going to do basically cookies in the afternoon. We're going to do start to finish. Make the... So here's my thought. I'm going to make the packages, the little plastic insert situations. Then we'll make the cookies. So I want to make the cookies earlier on, because it's going to be a little longer stream today. So there's time for the cookies to cool down, which is great. Often when we do cookie club, or occasionally when we do cookie club, I'm doing stuff like, I'm going to pop these in the freezer for a few minutes to get the chocolate to re-solidify. And we may still do that. But I have some time today. So we'll do the cookie bags. Then we'll do the cookies themselves. Then we'll make popcorn for the packaging. Then, depending on how the cookies are temperature-wise, we may start some food things. I have a recipe I want to work on today, and I want to make dinner today. So we have a lot that's going to happen. This is going to be a longer stream. It is not... it's not... I'm imagining stream ending at the time that dinner streams usually end. So we're going to do... maybe. We'll see. It might end earlier than that. I don't know. These cookies might take 10 minutes to make. They're not going to take 10 minutes to make. It says that you have to bake them for longer than that. So anyway. But it should be a little longer one, which is nice. We like that. Haven't done a longer stream in a while. The last long stream we did was out in the world. Speaking of out in the world, Dude Mace is out in the world. Good day. I don't know, maybe you're at home, but out in the world, outside of this box, that world. I am going to get my vacuum sealer out and start making some bags. Forget how many bags I need. So in addition to that, we're going to look up some information. A good day to you, sir. Let's look this up real quick. I'm bored at work waiting for customers. It's always a weird feeling to have when you have to when you're waiting Do you have like a manager or a boss who's like always be cleaning? Is that like a thing? Or I had a boss one time that was like, you're never bored with a broom. Or what do they say? If you got time to lean, you got time to clean. That was always a fun one. And I'm like, seriously, you don't need to tell me that. Just stop. I'm not implying that you should be cleaning. Let's be super clear. Bosses are sleeping. Just you and a cook. So same vibe, hopefully. Good. Okay. How many bags am I gonna need? I actually don't know how many I don't know how big these cookies are. It says that the batch makes 30, but usually when the cookie recipes are like batches of 20 something, right? So at least the ones I make. So that is oh, you know what I need to do? I've been meaning to do this for a while. I need to add the folks that work at the post office as like a line item on the spreadsheet, so that I count them always. Okay, there we go. Okay, for bags, I may need up to 24. I'm still waiting on some folks to respond. So, hold on. Who hasn't responded yet? 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. I'm just like, gotta go. Good luck. Samkin, welcome in. Hey, what's that emote? Hand pink waving. I like that one. It's very like super clear. Hi. Okay, so up to 14. No, 24. 24 bags. All right, that's a lot of bags. Probably won't need 24 bags, but we're gonna make them. So I'm also thinking that I need to plug this in. Thinking that I need to plug this thing in. So if I need 24 bags, I already have the boxes done. That's 48. That's 48 total like cookies out the door. So I'm gonna do maybe I'll do a single batch of these cookies. We're gonna do a single batch. And I'll tell you why. Because if that single batch, I can tell the size of the cookies from that. And if it really makes 30 cookies of like a regular cookie size cookie, I really only need to do 2 batches. If the cookies are small, then I can do a double batch in the next round, and then I'll have more. So we'll do a single batch to start. A single batch to start. Here we go. Plug this in. Watching math is fun. It happens often enough. I feel like I math pretty regularly on stream. Usually out loud. Often at length. Okay, hold on. I want to turn this on over here. I'm using I keep using my IRL phone for chat in the kitchen just to get used to like reading chat off of that phone. Samkin, I didn't realize you were chatting on YouTube. I was like, what is that emote? Darlene, also on YouTube. I'm well. How about yourself? Welcome in. Kathy, hello. Welcome in. Nice to have ya. Nice to have you, Kathy. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. With the a prime resub. We love a prime sub. And next month, the next resub will be 6. And you know what 6 means. If you don't know what 6 means, every time you hit a 6-month anniversary for subscriptions, that is a free Cookie Club situation. So you just like get a prize, get a Cookie Club prize. In case you didn't know, now you know. Hey, my coffee over there is percolating. Beautiful. Turn that off a sec. So, what did I say? 24 bags? That's a lot of bags. We're gonna do those first. The reason that I do the bags first is because this vacuum sealer has been known to stop working. It's been known to be like, I'm a little tired now. We're gonna stop working for like 15, 20 minutes. So we stagger the vacuum sealer usage so that it doesn't get too tired. It's been through a lot of cookie sealing. If I'm being real honest though, I mean, I would expect that it could handle like more than like 20 straight minutes of usage, but I don't know. I mean, it's hot. There's a heating element down here. So, you know, when things in electronics get too hot, they stop working. Oh no. What is this music that's on? It's very like, it's extremely loungy. It does need a nap. We all need a nap. Sometimes. I took like a bonus nap this morning, I would say. Calvin goes to a before school program most days. And some days he'll he doesn't like wake up in time. And I'm not up before him. He's up first, regardless. Watch the mug. Watch the mug. Watch it. Watch the mug. Amazing. Oh. Look at it go. Fantastic. Not sponsored. Just intrigued. What was I saying? Oh, the before school program. He goes to this thing before school, and we didn't get up in time today. So I got up, and it was like we'd have to be there in like half an hour. And I came into his room and woke him up, and I was like, "Hey, do you want to hurry up and get to the thing? Like, do you want to like do it quick? Like, get up and do all the things real quick?" Which we do sometimes, or do you want to go back to sleep or whatever, just have a really slow morning? And he's like, I want to have a slow morning. And I was like, perfect. I'm going to go back to sleep for 30 minutes. Goodbye. And just went back to bed. Which is nice. I love when that happens. So it was, I had like a bonus 30-minute nap this morning, which wasn't really it was kind of a nap because I like got up and I counted as a nap because I got up and did like my morning things and then went to like wake him up. And then when he said he didn't want to get up, I was like, all right, well, shit, me neither. Okay, I think this roll can actually fit in here now. Maybe. We get the rolls when they're new don't fit in here with the the lid doesn't close. Okay. Yes, now it fits. Fantastic. I don't remember where this mug came from. This is one of Gwen's mugs. I know this was it was a gift. I think this was a gift. It wasn't from me. It was a gift from a family member, maybe. I don't remember. I love these transitions mugs though, because you can actually like, you're like, oh my god, is my beverage still hot? Yes, makes it easy to tell. I always thought they were kind of magic when I was a kid. The magic ones to me are the cups, the plastic cups that change when you put ice in them. It's like the whole cup changes. Like this thing is sort of just what is it called? Like a wrapper on the outside. But the plastic cup was like, wow, the whole thing. Broccoli, welcome in. Good day. Good day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to put these in piles of 10. Because I always lose count. And then I'm like, I have to count these like a bunch of times. So if I know it's a pile of 10, I might even label it. I might even label it if I'm being real with this. So we're doing a longer stream today. A lot of times I'll, some months, some cookie club months, I'll do like all of this ahead of time, and we'll do cookies plus packaging in like 2 hours or 3 hours in like an evening. Today I was just like, we're just going to do it all. I'm just going to spend the day doing cookie club. Who says science isn't magic, right? No, that's like very true. It is a, like, I can't explain why this works. So it's magic to me. So I know that it's not actually magic, but if you can't explain it, it might as well be. And if your only explanation is just science, then it's basically the same thing. Belly flops, welcome in. Good morning / afternoon, and happy Thursday. Thursday, March 6th, 2025. Wow. 2025. It's a nice number. Is that 10? See, exactly. I think I counted 6 in here before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, just one more. You just need one more. No, we need a lot more than that. But one more to make a pile of 10. And I'm literally going to label it because I can't. Because I'll be like, how many are in each pile? 15? 11, 18. Well, it is 12:18 for me. But I'm aware that for most folks, it is 12:18 p.m. for me, which is exactly what I wrote down as I'm like speaking and writing at the same time. 10. Oh my God. I'm waking up, y'all. I'm sorry. Like I said, I went back to bed today for 30 minutes. Like, this is like not, oh, nice, leisurely go back to bed. It was like, no, I still got to get up. Still got to get up later and like do, 30 minutes later. Okay. We have a pile of 10. Let's just continue. I need 24 of these. Up to 24. So I'm going to make 24, and then if I don't actually need 24, I'll just have some extras for next time. Because it'll be a next time. Oregon, it's 9/18. It is indeed. And California, right? The one that gets me are, we have some folks that live in, some folks in the community who live in far eastern Canada, like the Nova Scotia area, and they're an hour ahead of, or no, an hour ahead of where I am. But I always have this weird thing where it's sort of like they're the exception, right? From a what's the next occupied time zone over? And so I'm like, oh yeah, like the next time, the next time zone is like across the Atlantic, except for Nova Scotia. It's like, it's right there, but it's like just there's not like a whole chunk of the, like the US doesn't extend that far. South America doesn't extend that far. It's like just Nova Scotia out there in the Maritimes. Broccoli, exactly. It's like, yep. Weird timing out there. I know that for me, London is 5 hours ahead. Like, I know that because I used to have to call there regularly. But yeah, like the math when someone's like, oh, it's an hour. Like if someone came in, whoever the folks who live out there in chat are like, oh, it's 1:20. I'm like, what do you mean? You live in the ocean? Like, yes, in fact. My cousin lives in Newfoundland, and I think she's 2.5 ahead of me in Central. That's wild. It's like the half hour. So odd. There's one state that like doesn't do daylight savings, right? I feel like it's Indiana. Is it Indiana? There's some states that have like unique time features in them. Tennessee's a weird one. I've been to Tennessee once, and the place that I was staying in was an hour ahead of the place that I was going to, and they were 20 minutes apart. But time-wise, they were an hour difference. Uncommon, what kind of Johns are we making? We're doing bourbon chocolate sugar cookies for Cookie Club. So they're sugar cookies with like a lot of chocolate in them, and bourbon. The bourbon cooks out. It has like a vanilla flavor, and then the sugar has bourbon in it as well. So they're very vanilla-y. Not according to the recipe anyway. Not like super bourbon-y. There's a lot of Y's in that word I just said. But we're making those. Then we're going to make dinner. Dinner's going to be a soup. Calvin requested soup this week. He saw kale at the farmer's market and was like, can you make soup with that again this week? And I was like, you got it. So we're going to make a soup, have some greens in it. I'm going to throw some grains in it. Whatever, maybe farro, probably farro. And some carrots and like just some stock. It's going to be it's a standard like brothy soup, like brothy vegetable soup. And I'm also going to try to work on a recipe for these roasted potatoes. So we'll see. We're going to, it's going to be a little longer one today. I don't know how the evolution of those couple things is going to happen, but going to be doing kind of all of that today. And, stream's going to end probably sometime around regular stream end time, but possibly a little earlier too. Regular stream end time, by the way, is like 19:30, 20, 100 hours or so. It's 7:30, 8 p.m. So we'll see. That's sort of the plan, the stream plan today. We'll have some breaks for words on stream in there. I may drink water at some point during that time. Who knows? But we do have a lot of time. Speaking of time, Arizona is the one that doesn't. Okay, and Hawaii too. Got it. At 3? Oh, you were very kind to be counting. I appreciate it because I'm not. I'm just shutting. Like, I'm gonna. Yeah. At some point, I would be like, let's count them, and there would be like 7 in there. That's how it goes, right? Flinks, what's going on? Hello, happy Thursday. I hope your Thursday is a good one. All but the Navajo Nation does not observe daylight savings. Interesting. So the Navajo Nation does, and like, because they're on like sovereign land, and the rest of the state doesn't. Interesting. Okay. I think that's what I was thinking of. I was like, it's like part of one state that just is a different time, but it's like in the middle of the state. That's probably what I was thinking of. Okay. Whoop, 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 whoop. We rolled off too much. Trinella says daylight savings is weird AF after growing up in Arizona. I don't like it. I was trying to make plans. Thank you. You're a great counter. Almost, you're just about as good as this one. That's a dad joke. You can have it. The daylight savings is always weird, and I don't I don't really have a strong opinion on it, but it messes with my it definitely messes with my schedule. I did hear Trump is planning to get rid of it. Well, just throw it on the pile. We say that half the year was Arizona time and half was California time. That it would be weird to. I feel like as a citizenry in Arizona, it would be odd. Because it's like you still have to change your thinking about time as it relates to everyone else. It's just like you're not changing, but you still have to change. But at least maybe you're not affected as much. Cyborg, welcome in. Another drive to get daylight savings permanently applied nationally. But is there? I remember watching like an hour-long YouTube about like the pushback and why this will never. It was like one of those things. It was like why daylight savings will never change. Like why we'll never get rid of it or whatever. Honestly, I have like zero opinion about it. I don't. I know that once a year in the springtime, it really messes me up because it's like you lose an hour. In the fall, it's great because I'm like, cool. Somehow my life just got an hour back. That's fantastic. But like, it's all Cyborg. Time is fake. It's all made up. Exactly. Exactly. Old people in tradition. Yeah, I'm like, and then people are like, but the farmers, and you're like, but did they, do they care? Time is an illusion. Time is a construct. Logistics scheduling ain't. Right. That's valid. Like time is a construct because maybe we don't need, but we have to agree on a methodology to be able to do things like scheduling. Yes. Car crashes, heart attacks. I know that for me, like I was trying to plan something with a friend of mine and they were like, "Oh, let's go out on like Sunday. Sunday night. Like this coming Sunday and after the clocks change." And I was like, "No, I can't. Like I'm not going to do that because because I know that my entire day on Sunday is going to be real weird. Like it's going to feel real weird. My biological clock is going to be like, why is it this light and this time? And I'm not going to be, I just like, I need time to just feel weird about it. And I don't want to socialize. I don't want to socialize while I'm also feeling weird about that. I don't know. It was a weird thing to consider when I was like, should I make plans on Sunday night? I was like, oh yeah. My body's going to feel weird and my brain is not going to feel correct. Was that 10? Okay, I think that was 10. Yes, that was 10. All right. Can I know you were counting and I trust you, but I want to trust myself as well. So I am going to count them, but it's not because I don't believe you. Jornella says, I can't sleep for shit anyway. The clocks change automatically. I don't even notice the difference, but it's weird. Yeah, it's one of those things that like it creeps in, right? Like throughout the day, and you're like, what happens to me in springtime is that I end up, I'm like, I'm hungry and it's not dinner time yet. Or, sorry, like it's dinner time, but I'm not hungry yet. The opposite. Because it's like, it'll be like, I'll get hungry or, I'm not hungry or, like we'll be at the playground where we go regularly and I will like leave at the, I'll way overreach on like what time I think it is, I'll be like, I don't really look at my phone or my watch while I'm there. I'm usually doing something like analog, and I'll look at my phone and be like, oh shit, I wanted to leave like 40 minutes ago. Like that happens every year. A lot of people think it started because of the performance, but it was about saving electricity. That makes sense too. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 10. So I need 4 more. 1, 0. I can do it. Daylight savings in the dead of winter. I like in the fall. Like I don't mind in the fall when it's, I don't mind when the day gets a little lighter again. Our primate brains need something to denote the passage of our lives. Flinks, yeah, I mean, like the sundial was invented, like before, way before like electronics. So like logistics and sort of a communal way of tracking the big thing and the big thing up there going up and down. Like that's, it's all made up. Uncommon. I also have clocks I have to set. The microwave and the stove. My alarm clock upstairs, which I don't use as an alarm clock. It's just a visual clock. I've also had it literally since college. It's one of those just like plug-in electronic clocks that whatever. I have to set that one manually. I don't think there's any other ones. Oh, my watch. My very analog watch, which requires winding. You don't use the microwave to tell time. I use the microwave is like the clock of record in my house. It definitely I reset the microwave clock before I go to bed the night before the time changes. Jordy, welcome in. Good afternoon. Two. Oh, am I gonna get 4 out of this roll? I better. I'm just kidding. It's not like an emergency if I don't, because I have another roll of these, but it will be in, let's see, it's March, April, May. I have to buy bags for next month. Uncommon says we didn't even have time zones until we started the railway stations and I had to figure out how to map time in different regions. How come we can't have just like a universal time? Like, it doesn't even need to be like, North America or America, the Americas centric. I wouldn't mind getting up at 3 a.m. if it was getting light at 3 a.m. And then I just know what time it is in the other side of the world all the time. Like just a universal, like, what is the global time? It makes too much sense. It requires too much coordination. That's the problem. And then an overseeing body for it. And there would probably be some, like, locked in some vault, right? Like a piece of quartz that vibrates at the exact frequency that, like, keeps the world time. You know, it would be something like that. Like, the time quartz resides in a vault in Switzerland and is overseen by the Bureau of Time Management. Global trademark. Sounds like a crappy Marvel movie, actually. Or like the plot of like a straight to VHS Marvel movie. Baker, welcome in. Are having a good one. I'm having a good one. I had a slow start today, and I'm really glad. I was gonna try to start stream at 10:30 a.m. Eastern, and I'm glad I didn't, because I would have felt rushed, and I would have been like, I would have ended up starting at like 11 anyway, and then I would have been late. But I ended up starting at like 11:45, and I was still late because I said 11:30. But it was a good decision. I felt good about my decision today. So therefore, I'm having a good one. I really only have one time zone? That's amazing. Did not know that. That's a big if true. I feel like capitalism can't allow it. I can't explain it, but it feels like, yeah, well, exactly. It would need a non-partisan, industrial, like non-capitalist overseeing body, right? Which doesn't always feel nice for people like that. Craven too, kind of. I did give myself some time. I was saying earlier, I went back to bed for 30 minutes this morning, which was great, because I was like, we were too late to get to the early program at school, and too early to get there on time. So I went back to bed for 30 minutes, which was really nice. I'm gonna move this sealer over to the other counter for a little bit so that it isn't in the way. Okay, we did the bags. The next thing I wanted to do, I'm pretty sure, was a single batch of cookies. So I'm going to, we're going to do that. We're going to do a single batch. I'm going to get out my actual recipe here, and we'll like read through it and get the stuff out. It's kind of how the atomic clock works with like an actual piece of quartz. I'm sure it is. Like, I didn't like make that up as if it was a weirdly fantastical like way to do it. I assumed that somewhere somebody was already doing something like that. It's happening in my watch. That's how they do, like, you know, quartz watches. They vibrate at a specific frequency. Yeah. NIST F1 is a cesium fountain clock. It's a type of atomic clock in the National Institute of Standards and Technology in Boulder, Colorado, and serves as the United States' primary time and frequency standard. I love that. I bet it's underground. It has to be underground, right? To like reduce vibrations or something like that. I would imagine. Single batch, exactly. We want to try to gauge the size of the cookies, and if I need, you know what? Let's be real honest. What's going to happen here is I'm going to make a single batch, and I'm going to make a double batch anyway, because I want extra cookies. So it's really just an excuse. Really, what it is I want to be able to see if I can make a double batch, or if there's not enough room in the bowl. That's what I'm really angling for. If I think through it, he would love it and have something to contribute. I believe that, Twinderella. I know that to be true. Gabby, enjoy your lunch break. I hope it's a good one. I hope it is full of good food and easy digestion. A perpetual motion, an Atmos clock. Let's have the bellows replaced, and it's just a pretty new thing. There's oh man, it wasn't a perpetual motion. It was electrical when I was a kid. But I had one of those things that just like had the like steel ball bearings like continuously going down a track. I remember I got it at a yard sale or something. And I used to just like watch that thing run. It was amazing. It was definitely not a perpetual motion machine. It required being plugged in. All right, let's get out our ingredients here. I'm gonna go off cam for a second, and go over to my baking cabinet situation, and let's get in here. I need all-purpose flour. Okay, we've got that. Dutch processed cocoa powder, which is cocoa powder, period. Baking soda, baking powder, salt, unsalted butter at room temperature. That's already on the counter. Vegetable shortening, also on the counter. Granulated sugar. Okay. Granulated sugar. Light brown sugar. Okay, I got that. Egg yolk, bourbon, dark chocolate, turbinado sugar. Okay, let's start moving stuff over to the counter here. We're gonna move this. We're gonna get all of the ingredients out, and then we're gonna read through this recipe. And then, at the top of the hour, I'm going to take a little break. So I'm going to try to keep our break, I'm going to try to keep our words on stream break at the top of the hour today, if possible. That way it's just mentally easier for me to like know that it's coming. Not that I actually look at the time at all, ever, during stream, except when I'm cooking dinner, but it is nice to have it just at a specific time. Okay, it's moving this stuff over. You know what this didn't call for? Vanilla extract. Oh, right. It doesn't need vanilla extract. It has bourbon in it. Bourbon has all those vanilla notes. Okay, turbinado sugar. I need dark chocolate. I don't know if that's all. Some of this isn't dark chocolate, but that's okay. Light brown sugar, eggs. Yup. Bourbon's on the counter. Chopped dark or semi-sweet chocolate, turbinado sugar. Okay, cool. So we're good. And I also need the food. It calls to use the food processor for chocolate for cutting the chocolate up. Pulverizing, I believe, is the specific terminology the recipe uses. And mixer. Let's get the mixer out here. And I don't know what attachment I need for the mixer, so let's figure that out. Let's do it together. Uncommon says, we had to figure out what to do with my grandmother's grandfather clock when she passed away last year. That is a wild thing to have to deal with. And I know, Savior Sailor, what's going on? Thank you. Appreciate it. They're green, orange, and silver for no particular reason. Grandfather clocks are wild because you can't just like, you don't want to just like throw it out, right? That's not a thing that you just like, meh, let's get rid of it. But it's a lot to manage. I feel that. I know, I think my dad has a grandfather clock. I want to say my mom has one in her house too. It's, the other day Gwen was like, we should get a grandfather clock. And I was like, you could literally ask either one of my parents, and I bet they would drive it over to our house and just drop it off. Baker, the recipe does sound good. Thanks to Liz, our moderator, one of our moderators, who Liz is like, for y'all who maybe don't like look in on the Discord all that often, which is fine, like totally fair. Also, Discord's about to said they were going to IPO. Ugh. Anyway, Liz posts regularly within the Discord cookie chat channel all sorts of like fascinating, intriguing cookie recipes that she finds just on the internet. And I almost every single month pick a recipe from one of the ones that she posts because they're interesting. They're interesting, and there's been some bangers in there too. The ones for months now, I think I've just like done those. There's been a couple that I've gotten out of the 100 Cookies cookbook, and some that I found on my own. But yeah, they're always like kind of interesting. My general rule for Cookie Club cookies is I don't want them to be like a multi-day process. I want to be able to make them, cool them, and package them in the same stream. Like, that's important to me. I would be willing to do like a 2-day process if it was like attached to dinner both days. Like if I like had to, chilled the dough or whatever, like made it on stream one day, made like a 3-time batch or 4-time batch and then cooled it. But I would, I generally like when I can make and do everything in one stream, which is nice. Broccoli says, my mom told me she was going to will me her old antique clocks because I was fascinated by them as a kid, but I really don't want them. Yeah, I think my perspective on all of that is if someone gives you something like that that's like a complicated sort of heirloom thing, like there's a market for that. Someone wants it, and if you don't need to derive a lot of value from it, like passing it off to the next person who's interested in that thing is lovely. If it's an antique dealer, great. Like, just I always think like someone who's going to appreciate what it is, even if they're going to appreciate it and like make money from it, like cool. I'd probably ask my friend Drew to sell it on eBay for me. Got into a habit of adding vanilla, whose no sense, even if the recipe doesn't say so, and I measure vanilla with my heart. Just like garlic. Exactly. Savory Sailor, I did not do these nails. Sorry, I just had a panic attack. Not a panic attack. I like panicked. I saw there's like a yellow button on my. Anyway, I need to. Let's see. We're going to bump this ad to the top of the hour. So I want to snooze it once, twice, 11 minutes. Perfect. Okay. So we are going to have an ad at the top of the hour. Just FYI. I did not do these nails myself. I had them done. I went to Toronto a couple weeks ago and had them done before that. Bucks County Estate Traders. Totally. Yeah. There's a lot of like, just outside of Philly, there's a ton of stuff. And lots of people who will be willing to take your, all of your antiques. Cito, welcome in. Good day. I'm debating making brownies or muffins. Could you make brownies in a muffin tin? That would be probably really good. Tortorella, yeah, exactly. Liz is like the master cookie recipe poster, and she posts so many, like, and it's not overwhelming. The other thing is, like, if it was like 15 recipes a day, I'd be like, are you an AI? I'm just kidding. She's not. But for example, this month for Cookie Club, I went through and was like, I'm going to read all the messages since the last time I posted, it was like 2 or 3 weeks worth of cookies that she'd posted, which was probably like 6 or 7 recipes. And I almost like that's what I do every month. Just like look at it, and I love it. I'm like super thankful that she does that because it's also interesting. I love reading. I really enjoy reading a recipe and just like consuming it and trying to imagine making it, and like it's something I can, when I read, I can envision doing, and I enjoy that. It's a nice exercise. So this one sounded good. The part of this one that sounded good to me was the description of the cracked top, where it has like crags and all that. So seemed pretty cool. The antique clock wasn't selling, and that's I think where it's like if you just want to get rid of it, you could probably someone would definitely take it for free. That's the message. Ginger snaps last forever. It's true. Ginger snaps dry out, and they sell them at IKEA. Sometimes I like when the cookie sits around for a while and gets dry, because then when you dip it in your hot beverage, it's like a little bit more satisfying. Does anyone actually measure vanilla besides a splash? So the only time I actually measure vanilla is when it calls for a large amount of vanilla. Because I don't usually measure when it's like a teaspoon of vanilla. I'm just like, whoop, whoop. But if it's like 4 tablespoons of vanilla, I'm like, okay, I'm actually gonna measure that, because 4 tablespoons is like a quarter cup, right? And that's a little more than I can envision in. Fridger's making a weird sound. It's a little more than I can envision in like a single pour. We're calm. We're good. Everything is fine. It's nothing. Nothing is fucked. What's that from? I don't remember. Oh, that was also from Lebowski. During Christmas time, my mother will make a bunch of doughs and make them whenever. That's a good, uncommon. I'm going to try to remember to do that this year, because I would really like to do that. I would love to make a huge batch. I would love to have one stream where I just make like 2 or 3 big batches of cookie dough, and then do exactly like you said, bake them throughout the month. I do bake cookies for teachers and stuff, but I like the idea of just having like a good stock of cookie dough in the freezer or fridge. Have you ever made savory cookies? No, savory in the sense of like bacon and like oh wow, shit. I just unlocked something. I unlocked a food memory. Hold on. I unlocked a food memory I didn't know I had. Or I didn't. It's just like it hadn't. It hadn't been there. That's wild. I'm remembering having oatmeal, cheddar, apple, sugar, spoon cookies, which I think would be a savory cookie. Oh, hold on. I have to write that down. Shit. That was wild. Y'all ever remember something and it just brings back like, some like weird, not weird. It wasn't like that's not a bad memory. But I haven't thought about that in, I haven't thought about those in 30 years. Am I okay? I'm great. Yeah, no, I'm amazing. I'm amazing. That is, that's the type of thing that's like a really good memory. Like a really good one. That's like, oh, fuck. Like, I'm so glad that came back in any capacity. Yeah, a strange feeling. Really strange feeling. Like, I'm welling up. It's just like you get hit with an emotion. And it's not sad. It's just like, oh, wow, your brain sort of floods with like serotonin and like real good good stuff. And you're just like, oh wow, like I remember, I don't really recall making these, but I remember eating them. And now I'm thinking, I'm like, do I remember making them? Maybe. But I'm definitely writing that down. What did I say? Apple, cheddar, oatmeal, brown sugar? Question mark? Probably flour. I don't know. That was cool. I appreciated you like just asking about this like savory cookies because I hadn't thought about them, obviously. So Fluff, welcome in. Lap through Costco, hell yeah. What'd you grab? Waiting for the workwear store tailor. Amazing. I love taking stuff to get tailored. It's one of those weird things like this is going to fit perfectly when you're done. Philly cheesesteak club. That could be a savory cookie. Don't think we would use Cheese Whiz on that one. I'd be part of a Philly cheesesteak club. I would be fascinated to see what membership looks like. Fire-resistant clothing is so expensive. Oh my god! Yeah, I believe it. I believe it because it is like a specialty thing that you probably can't. There's probably a small number of suppliers in that market. Salted caramel chocolate chip oat cookie bars. Hell yeah. Belly flops. Those were amazing. Not amazing. Like those, I remember that recipe. I haven't done bars yet. I haven't done bars for a cookie club, but there, yeah, I think Liz posted like there were like 2 or 3 bars that were posted recently that were like really good. The other one I was considering for Cookie Club this month was the one with ice cream. It was like a waffle cone cookie. That one looked good. Who's knows? Yeah, I appreciate that too. I was like, you know, when you get a happy memory that comes back, it's good. It feels weird because you're like, oh fuck, but you know, I think it's just like your brain spun something up that just hadn't been touched in a really long time. My cart was overflowing at Costco. It's not honestly so far. I'll be like being 100. That's not hard to do because the packages are fucking huge. Your cart could have 2 things in it. My friend Drew the other day, or Michelle, who have y'all met Michelle? No, we haven't met Michelle. Her dad goes to Costco and she texted me and was like, do you guys eat That's It bars? And I was like, yeah, they're great. And she was like, I told my dad I liked them like one time and he buys them for me every time he goes to Costco now. And I don't really want them. So yeah, we love it. I'm definitely I'm transitioning my thought process to more Costco focused shopping. Darlene on YouTube says, I sometimes have confusion from Lyme disease. Yeah, and it's like I imagine a similar feeling when you're like when something snaps in. It's like when it falls back in. It's like, oh, there it is. Bacon chocolate chip cookies actually do sound good. You're right. True caretaker. Hello. Did I say hi to you? Peanut butter bombs. I am allergic to peanut butter, but I would love to make those with sun butter. Weird sweet potato cookies. Sita, cite your sources. I would love some weird sweet potato cookies. Those bars were terrible, Syphilis says. To each their own, to be fair. Butterscotch brownies sort of count, yeah. Last time I made real bar cookies, it was a batch of shortbread. I love shortbread. Oh my god. Shortbread cookies are so good. All right, we're going to have a quick ad. We'll be right back. If you're watching on Twitch, heads up, you're getting an ad. If you're watching on YouTube, you're not.
Hi, welcome to another edition of commercials I hate.
Okay, do I want to do anything? Do I have anything specific? Yeah, let me put away the stuff on the dish rack, because then let me put away the stuff on the dish rack, because that will be productive, and then I will have an empty sink and an empty dish rack. Can you believe it? And that'll be nice. Because in pretty short order, we're gonna start creating more dishes, and you know, I don't know what. There wasn't really a sentence that came after that. Who the hell is banging around? There's like banging around outside of my house. What's going on out here, y'all? It's trash. There's no. Okay, there's just trash blowing around out here. Great. There was I was like, what's happening? What does that sound outside? Is a literal paint can blowing down my block. Perfect. Perfect. I have this thermos for Calvin that works really well, and he kind of loves it, but it's such a pain to clean. It has so many parts. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 parts, 5 of which are in the lid. Like, y'all, we could do a little less complicated here, couldn't we? Please? Maybe? Probably not. Okay. Sinking. I think we have time for one more. Yeah, we do. There's one minute left in this ad break. I have to be honest with y'all. I've softened on the ads a little bit because I feel like they're inevitable. And I don't mind having like a few seconds during the stream where I can just pace around the kitchen and like, I don't know, tidy up, because like I do that so regularly during actual non-stream cooking. Like I'm just constantly cleaning that it feels nice to just have like a few minutes to sort of fuss. If that makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, I don't know. That's not a me problem. It might be a me problem, actually. It could be a communication error. Did anyone try to put Sena in here? John Cena, Master of Splits. Are you around? It didn't work. Unfortunately, that is a proper noun. Wah, wah. All right. If you are watching on Twitch, welcome back. I appreciate you. Sorry for the ad break interruption. It's not everyone's favorite thing to have to experience, but you know, it's either that or you get one when you join stream. Pick one. Well, don't pick one. I mean, I picked one. That's the thing. We got 2 more 4-letter words. I can't even tell what they start with. C and maybe Nart. Well, got one. That was good. That was very good. All right. Checking my. There we go. Okay, we're back. Whoop, wrong button. Welcome back. All right, let's actually get to cooking a cookie. Cookie. Hold on, let me scroll up here just a second. I saw Mrs. Syntax say hello, or not hi. Mrs. Syntax actually said drive and was participating in the game, but welcome in. Yeah. Let's read this recipe. This should be fairly, as I read it, Seemed fairly straightforward. Why do we cook bacon and bake cookies? Because English is a fun language. If you're, I guess if you're cooking bacon on the stovetop, that maybe, I don't know. These cookies. Description. Rich and chewy chocolate sugar cookies spiked with bourbon and rolled in bourbon-infused raw sugar. The result is a chewy, crinkly, crunchy cookie recipe that'll knock your socks off. I'm not wearing socks today, functionally. So, hopefully these are still impressive. What if you're not wearing socks? What happens then? Preheat the oven to 350 degrees. Line a baking sheet with parchment paper. We are going to use a silicone pastry mat for this, so no parchment paper. But I will turn my oven on. Let's do that now. And then before any Carmen Sandiegos in the world are like, but you just set your oven at 370 degrees. Right. So my oven's not calibrated. My socks had been pre-knocked. That is correct. Socks with boots, broccoli. I always wear socks with boots unless I'm doing like walking to school with Calvin. Like unless it's like a simple like corner store, whatever. Robbie, welcome in. Good day. Hello. Welcome in, y'all. Nice to have y'all. Friend of the stream. Drink more, cook less. Welcome from your World of Warcraft streaming. Thanks for bringing friends. I appreciate you, Robbie. We are baking cookies today. Welcome in, y'all. My name's Lou. It's nice to have you. Typically, this is a food. It's almost always a food stream. Let's try again. Hold on. Roll it back. Welcome in, y'all. My name's Lou. It is a cookie baking day. Often we're making dinner on stream. Sometimes we're out in the world. Today, we're doing dinner, but we're doing cookies first. So we're going to do some baking today. And we're really just getting started on that. So welcome in. Followers are silent. And if you feel like saying hi, you can say hi. If you feel like lurking, we love that. I love that for you too. Who's new says, wait, do people not wear socks around the house? I don't in the warmer times, but I wear shoes. I have house shoes that I wear. I do not go barefoot around the house. I've tried that. I like being barefoot, but it hurts my feet to walk around on a flat floor constantly throughout the day. So I don't. I wear shoes. Darlene on YouTube asks, are you wearing shorts? I am in fact wearing shorts. Yes, I am. Yes. The normal shorts, in fact. Not the same ones. I have like 6 or 7 pairs, but it's a shorts day. Because I'm home. I'm just like, I'm home. I took Daisy for a walk earlier today and wore shorts outside though. So, and a winter jacket. I was just like, the hell with it. Who's knows says I don't like feeling potential crumbs and stuff on my feet. Yeah, I don't either. I don't like the. You know what happened? This is a weird aside, but I have this thought regularly. When I was during COVID, my sandals that I used to wear, have my former house shoes, my sandals broke, and I didn't replace them because I was like, meh, I don't need to replace them. Whatever. I'm just going to be outside, or I'm just going to be like in the house. Who really cares? And then I ended up like, because of like the crumbs, I ended up sort of like wiping my foot on the side of my leg to brush crumbs off all the time. And I ended up getting like a rash on the side of my leg because I was doing that. And I was like, this is not good. Like, I should not. That is gross. That is gross. One, that's why I said it was a weird aside. But two, I was like, this sucks. Like, all I need to do is wear house shoes. Like, what is wrong? So anyway, that was a very brief period of my life that was very, very strange, and also happened during COVID. Like, this was like summer 2020. So tells you a lot about where we were all at. Your elderly diabetic cat doesn't always use the litter box, so going barefoot indoors is dangerous. Yup. Yeah. Functionally, there's litter boxes here too, so I get it. I sleep with socks on. Great. Sorry, that wasn't me confessing. That was a chat confession. Sleeping with socks on, I feel like, is normal. Some people like their feet out to the side of the covers, completely exposed. Some people like their feet toasty and tucked under like a cat. Kind of like, I don't know. I can't do this thing. We were reading a recipe. My oven's going to be preheated before I read step 2 of this recipe. Professional streamer. Okay. Preheat oven to 350 degrees. Line a baking sheet with parchment paper. In a bowl, sift together the flour, cocoa powder, baking soda, baking powder, and salt. Set aside. In a large mixing bowl, or the bowl of a stand mixer, cream butter until no longer chunky. Add the shortening and beat on medium-high speed until smooth and uniformly mixed. Add sugar and brown sugar and beat for 1 to 2 minutes until light and fluffy. Okay, so they have you beat together. Basically, you mix the dries, and then in the bowl of the stand mixer, you start mixing the wets. You mix your butter, then your shortening, then you add your sugars, cream those together, all normal stuff here. Add the egg and the egg yolk and mix until incorporated into the wets. Scrape down the sides of the bowl and the beater as necessary. Slowly mix in the bourbon. Add dry ingredients in 2 additions, mixing on low speed until just incorporated. Mix in finely chopped chocolate. If your dough is particularly soft, you can refrigerate it for 15 to 20 minutes or so to make it easier to roll. To make the bourbon sugar, so here's what we'll do. We're gonna make the dough, then we'll put the dough in the fridge, because it says like if your dough is too soft. Well, like my dough is always too soft. It's a me problem, really. And anyway, my cookie dough is almost always too soft, and sorry. Oh shit. It's a confession stream for sure. Then we'll do the sugar. We'll do the sugar. You really want your dough. It says 10 to 15 minutes to make it easier to roll. It says nothing about firmness. No, it does. It says anyway. Let's. We're good here. Oven's not preheated yet. We're still in the clear. Cheers. If only yapping were part of the ingredient list. Yeah, that and some other things. Do we need another ad break? No, I don't know what I need. I need a cookie, and we're not getting there quick enough. So we're gonna make the cookies and we'll refrigerate the dough so that the dough firms up. Period. Dot. To make the bourbon sugar, combine the raw sugar and 2 teaspoons of bourbon in a pint-sized mason jar. Screw on the lid and shake the heck out of it until sugar is evenly moistened and looks something like wet sand. Pour into a shallow bowl or dish. Okay, so we'll do the dough, then we'll do the sugar. Then we'll roll the cookies. Scoop the dough into 1 3/4 inch balls, the size of a medium cookie scoop. Roll into a smooth ball, then roll into bourbon sugar until evenly coated. The moist sugar will clump, but that's the effect we're going for. Arrange on parchment-lined cookie sheets, leaving 2 inches in space. So these are going to spread up to 4 inches. Bake 12 to 14 minutes or until cookies have settled into shallow domes. They will be set around the edges but still puffed in the middle. They will flatten when they cool. Let cool on the pan for 10 minutes, then transfer cookies to a wire rack to cool completely. Okay. This should be pretty easy. The one thing I do need to do beforehand, I need to separate egg and yolk, and then I need to chop some chocolate. Easy. Ideally, it will be pulverized in a food processor. Well, we did do that, so that's good. Let me get out my... I'm looking through the list of ingredients here. I can definitely double this. I can absolutely double this because I'm thinking, could I put 3.5 cups? Oh, 1, 2. Could I put 3.5 cups of flour in this bowl? We'll see. We'll see. I think I can. So Fluff, drive safe. What do I know about rolling my dough? All about it. This. Robbie, cookies do fix everything. I agree. Meant to firm. It is meant to firm. But it says, it doesn't say that you need to refrigerate it. What it says is if your dough is particularly soft, you can refrigerate it for 10 to 15 minutes to make it easier to roll. Now, I have other issues with this recipe. Lemon, welcome in. Welcome in. What size is the mixing bowl? I actually don't know. It's odd. I get asked this like regularly, and I generally forget. I think it's 5 or 6 quarts. It's the KSM 150 KitchenAid stainless steel bowl. It's the smaller version of whatever their bowl is. If it's meant to firm, Uncommon says, then it's a fermentation. That's a good joke. Good joke. We looked it up before, didn't we? Yes, we did, Twinderella. Did I remember it? No. Am I going to remember it if we look it up this time? Probably not. 4.5. Something. Yeah, it was like... I don't think it was 6. 5 stands out in my head. KSM 150 is a 5 quart, according to Google. So we have a 5 quart bowl. What if I just took a Sharpie and wrote 5Q on the bottom of this? And then let that set in. This dough, so if I'm doubling this recipe, I'm making a single batch. The first, I'm going to make a single batch first regardless, so I'll be able to look at it and just be like, yes, I could have twice that amount or not. But I was thinking of measuring all my ingredients. I was thinking of measuring out a double batch worth of ingredients. And then I was like, yeah, but if I measure out a double, then I'm committing to a double. Is it actually going to fit? Blah, 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 blah. I'm just going to make a single batch and we'll see if it fits. Yeah, 5 quart equals 20 cups. Well, it's of flour. It's, if I double this, it's 3.5 cups of flour, 1.5 cups of cocoa powder, 2 sticks of butter, a cup of vegetable shortening. So 8. Yeah, a lot. It feels like a lot now that I'm like looking at it. 1.5 cups of packed light brown sugar. I actually don't think I can double this. It says it makes 30 cookies. If these are 30 regular, like, cookie size cookies, I'm not gonna... Cookie size cookies? Oh my gosh! What are you even saying out loud? If they're normal, full round cookies and not like the teeny tiny Johns, then 30's a lot. And we'll get just the right, like, we'll probably have to make 3 single batches. That's my, like, thought. That's my thought. Jeff, welcome in. Good Thursday. I was going to say good afternoon, but like time is weird and people are in different zones. And anyway, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Y'all, Jeff is, folks in chat, Jeff Brutlag is a gamer, Gaymer, which I love that tag. And also just like a gamer, like a normal human gamer, and has a really, I appreciate Jeff's like internet musings on Blue Sky specifically. If you are inclined, you should probably go follow. If you like gaming, those types of things. Jeff, welcome in. These are bourbon chocolate sugar cookies. We're making our way towards baking here. We're not getting there very quickly, if I'm being honest. Today's a longer stream, generally speaking. So, a bowl to the size of a... This, I'll pretend it's afternoon. It's afternoon for me. It's 13:21, so it's 1:21 p.m. I game gaily. I know no other way. Which is great. That's one of my favorite, like, tags. Just in general. Gay for games. Who isn't? Really? I mean, objectively. Someone's got to buy it. Someone's got to buy it. Oh, 11. I know, right? We're using American bourbon. Can't buy it in Canada. I should check in. I have a friend that does some liquor is a liquor rep in Canada, and I was just up there chatting, and I'm wondering how things are for her now. Bourbon is always American. That's right. If it's like champagne, right? It has to be from like a specific region. I think that's correct. Okay, pause. Before I start, hold on. Okay, I need to organize the counter. I threw everything out on the counter, and y'all can't really like see this, but it's, there's a lot over here on the counter. So I need to move some things. Like, I just tossed those plastic bags over there. Butter. I need to reorganize to actually like be able to make cookies here. So let's get our lists of things out. This recipe was a little bit annoying for me, only because it doesn't have some of the like context clues that I want in a recipe, particularly like around the mixing. So it says like you mix the butter, cream the butter until no longer chunky. Time, like I always want two indicators of what I'm expecting to see, and like until no longer chunky, 1 to 2 minutes. Like that's what that should say. Add shortening and beat on medium high speed until smooth and uniformly mixed. That has to. Add sugar and brown sugar and beat for 1 to 2 minutes until light and fluffy. Like, so some places in this recipe where I'm not sure, I'm like, okay, is that a 5-minute process or not? Like, I know from my general experience that it's not, but if you're just reading it for the first time, maybe you don't. If you're not like, you know, if writing and reading and writing recipes isn't something that you get a little thrill out of like I do, then you may not know off the top of your head. Technically, it's only bourbon if it comes from Bourbon, Kentucky. There you go then. Dan, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. Thank you. Same with Champagne. Yeah, it's like the Champagne region of France, right? I heard something on the radio podcast. I don't know. It was whatever. Some bit of information came in through my ears recently that was about how London has now has like the best wine culture or something like that. Because they have more like well-renowned wine bars than anywhere else in the world. And the person who was speaking the story was like kind of making fun of that, and they were like, yeah, but like all the wine comes from France. Okay, so this calls for, let me think about this. Pause. I'm also going to wash my hands. This calls for 3 ounces of chocolate. I have 2 4-ounce bars of dark chocolate. So if I need a triple batch, that means I need, if you're playing along at home, 9 ounces of chocolate. That means I have 1 less ounce of dark chocolate than I need. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take 1, because I want all these cookies to match. And if we're making 3 different batches, I don't want the first batch to taste different than the third batch. So if I have 4 ounces, 4 and 4 is 8. And then I'm going to do 1 ounce of this semi-sweet chocolate. And actually, no. Here's what we're going to do. Because of the way that these are broken, right? These are like these are half-ounce pieces. I'm going to do 2 ounces of dark chocolate and 1 ounce of semi-sweet chocolate per batch, so that they're all uniform. So I'll end up with 1 batch that's 2 ounces of dark chocolate plus 1 ounce. Yeah. Okay. That will work. All right. So if you're following along, the reason I'm doing that is because I'm going to make 3 batches and I want them all to be uniform. So I'm going to do less dark chocolate in each batch than the recipe calls for. I don't know. Whatever. It's math. These are half-ounce pieces. So 4 of these. 3 ounces of grated or very finely chopped dark or semi-sweet chocolate. So it calls for 3 ounces, and it says semi-sweet is okay. So that's good. Now this package is also 4 ounces. So I have the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this chocolate bar, it's actually broken down, and you can see it, maybe you can see it on here. But it has 1/4 ounces printed on the bar. You can't, those are not translating. So we're going to do 1 ounce of the semi-sweet chocolate. Yeah. 1/4 ounces. So 2 ounces of 100% dark chocolate, and then 1 ounce of 56% semi-sweet chocolate. For anybody who's keeping along with the math at home, that's what we're doing today. Okay, as I'm going through here, today I'm going to try and actually like not just throw things on the counter, or like I want to do more like counter management as I'm going along today. I won't. My discipline will fail towards the end of stream, but that's okay. We'll get there. Counterproductive uncommon. I am both dismayed and elated. by your dad joke. Thank you. It's not specifically a dad joke, but it's like dad coded. Okay, it says to pulverize in a food processor. Okay. The note on the bottom of the recipe, there was like in the head, not the note, the lengthy head note on this recipe says the chocolate will be loud. So here we go. Loud chocolate in the food processor. Oh, that is loud. Yes, it is. Holy crap. Damn, sounds like rocks in there. Now, pulverized is a very vague term to me. This is where I would like it to say pulverized into pieces the size of an X, or pulverize in the food processor for 10 to 15 seconds, or like any sort of specific detail about what I'm expecting here. Pulverized to me means that it should be no large chunks, like completely free of large chunks. But I'm also, most chocolate cookies have like pieces of chocolate in them, but these are supposed to be sugar cookies. So to me, pulverized means powder, no large chunks. I've been making dad jokes before people started calling the dad jokes. So I think it's just one of those things that happens to you when you're a kid. You just get selected. You will now make cheesy jokes for the rest of your life. Congratulations. So we're going to pulverize these. Do we need to pulverize the soft dough? No. No. Okay, well, my kitchen smells like chocolate now and nothing's cooking, so that means that some of this is aerosolized. Certain people are just punny. It's true. It's true. I remember I used to make like cheesy jokes in high school all the time, and my friend Drew, who you all have met, we were friends back then, and are friends now. But that was well before any fatherhood situation, and he used to be like, "Oh, that's a Lou," that's a Lou joke. It was just like I was the one that told cheesy jokes. I don't know. I used to just make up like wild, eccentric stories too, and he would just be like, "You're lying," and I'd be like, "Yeah, I know. Just telling you what to all tell." All right, this is definitely pulverized. There's no impact. There's no sounds of impact in here anymore. So the sounds of impact have abated. So let's, I'm gonna give this a little scrape. So we've got our chocolate ground, pulverized, specific terminology here, pulverized. It's funny to like read a recipe and be like, I feel like I could rewrite this better. All right. I definitely understood the recipe and was like, this sounds really good. So it wasn't confusing. It was just it's just slightly vague in some spots. Storytelling is an art. Yeah, you have to be silly and fun about it. I definitely agree. I mean, I feel like sometimes, it's like if you're telling a story, there's definitely a cadence to it. And if you're like 9 years old, you don't maybe have that yet. But sometimes some people have. There's some folks that are really good, succinct storytellers. I feel like when I tell a story, it's like long and winding and sort of like get to the point. Holy shit. If you're my partner, I've definitely heard that before. So just to be fair. hold on, is this off? This happened before. Yeah, I plugged it in and it was on before, and it like almost ate my shirt. I don't think it's, there's a difference between like telling a good story that you've made up, that's just like a tale, versus something that is an experience that just like is captivating and engaging. I think if you're making things up, it's definitely more artistic, if you're telling like campfire tales. I remember when I was a kid before, this was probably elementary school or middle school. My friends and I used to just like tell each other like scary stories that we just like made up in the moment. And like one of my friends was really good at it, and one of my friends was really bad at it. And it was so funny because they both enjoyed doing it, but like one of them was clearly better. In a dark room. Absolutely in a dark room. At night. Yes. Yeah. The crazier, the less believable. And it's not to make the other people believe it, it's just to get a reaction. Yeah, I mean, I think I would make stuff up that was like outlandish. Like beyond the pale of believable. You know what I mean? I wonder what the Venn diagram is of people who like dad jokes and people who like Nickelback. Add to that a third circle of the folks who wear white New Balances, and you're gonna get a very specific overlap in the middle of people who are very good at lawn care also. I'm not at the white New Balance phase yet, and I'm not gonna lie, y'all, I'm probably never gonna get there. I've been wearing old school Vans for like 3 decades now, so it's not going to change anytime soon. Okay, let's get our dries together. Oh my God, this is so slow. I'm never going to make dinner if I don't get moving here, I swear. Okay, so the wets are going in here, the dries are in these bowls. When it says sift together, that means I'm going to measure them in one bowl, and then we'll sift them into another. Right? Uncommon says, because I like Nickelback, but don't wear white New Balance either. Fair enough. I'm waiting. My son has been getting into, he's into music. And it's funny, every once in a while, he'll like, what did he was playing Coldplay the other day. And I was like, where did you hear that? And he was like, oh, blah, blah, blah. It was like somewhere he heard it on like some YouTube video. And I was like, oh my God, I didn't want that song back in my life. I don't want it in my life to begin with. But at least it wasn't YouTube being, forced onto my phone. It was old school. It was like old Coldplay. It was like Yellow or one of their like initial songs. Who's Knows says, I'm a pop punk and emo girly at heart. I'm convinced there's a pipeline from pop punk emo to divorced dad rock. I feel that. It's like, oh, now I have grown-up emotions. Let's process those with some smooth jams. As opposed to, I don't even know, Get Up Kids or whatever. Okay, single batch of this. I will say, I'm glad that this recipe has measurements in grams. That sold me. Because some of it is like, as I said, a little bit vague, but the fact that it has 210 grams of all-purpose flour at the top, amazing. The best way to make a baking recipe. Levin says Coldplay is the music equivalent of unseasoned food, and it's a hill I will die on. You're not wrong. I'm sort of like, it's just like, let's make the most accessible thing we can make for the most amount of people that's as inoffensive as possible. When it's not going to be exciting, but like, but it can be played on any radio station. 210 grams of flour. 210. Okay, single recipe, 210. I'm just moving things back over there instead of putting them in the cabinet. 75 grams of cocoa powder. I love this because I'm definitely going to use up a thing of cocoa powder. Holy shit, 75 grams of cocoa powder. These are some chocolatey cookies. Oh my God. Yeah, I'll have enough to make a triple batch here. Sometimes you have to live the life. Viva la vida. Uncommon. True. True. We could throw rocks at Aerosmith from up there. Oh my God. I have weird memories of Aerosmith. I've definitely told this story on stream multiple times, but when I was a kid, I got Aerosmith's Pump album from a friend. We like traded cassette tapes, and Pump had a picture of two trucks simulating a carnal act. And my mom didn't like that. She took the album away from me. So I never I always sort of had like a weird thing about Aerosmith when I was a kid. I was like, I don't need to like them because like I wasn't allowed to have that album, which was like ridiculous. Because I had plenty of other cassette tapes at that time that just didn't have covers on them that were like not better than that. Beyonce featured on a Coldplay track once, and that's the closest I've ever got to liking a Coldplay song. You're like, yes, I like verse 3 of track 5 of this one specific album. If you know, you know. Parallel parking. Wait, what about parallel parking? I watched someone try to parallel park yesterday for a solid 10 minutes, and I felt really bad for them. They had Massachusetts plates and were driving an SUV and had clearly very little experience parallel parking. And at one point they were like perpendicular to the curb. And I was like, yeah. I wanted to be like, beep, beep. Can I get in and help you? The Pump album cover. Oh yeah. They weren't parallel. They were sort of on top of each other in a way that trucks don't naturally congregate. Cough syrup's been stuck in your head? Oh, weird. How do we get that earworm out of there? A half teaspoon of baking soda, a half teaspoon of baking powder. That is, oh man. All I can think of is the words cough syrup. So I'm glad I can't recall any of the rest of the lyrics to that song. Otherwise, it would also be stuck in my head too. Confirmed. 1/2 of a teaspoon of baking soda. Whoa, hold on. 1/4 teaspoon of baking powder. Oh, I was about to double this one, double that before anything. Okay. 1/4 teaspoon of baking powder. Confirmed. Powder. Great. And a half teaspoon of baking soda, and a half teaspoon of kosher salt. This is a half teaspoon in it? Yeah, okay. We're pouring the salt over this bowl. I need to if I sift it into that bowl, we're going to have an extra half teaspoon of salt in it. So you can't have that. Okay. Let's... Cocoa powder. All right. Next up are the wets. Or the sugars. Okay. I've got that. I've got my dries. Sift together the flour, cocoa powder, baking soda, baking powder, and salt. Done. Set aside. Okay. No, hold on. I feel like this is so silly. I feel like I purchased recently one of those like sifter things. Sifters. Specifically for this purpose. And what did I do with it? I did. Wow. I have quite literally never laughed like that in my whole life. Amazing. Okay. I did. I actually bought one of these. Whose knows? Don't do it. Don't do it. Ava, welcome in. They should color them differently on common. There's a thought. There's a thought right there. That would be interesting, because certainly the color would then like bleed through somehow. Baking powder is now mauve. Please discuss. We should bring back Rickrolling people. Wait, did that go away? I don't think that went away. Trinderella says, I started listening to Nine Inch Nails when I was 14. If my parents knew, they would have had strokes. Of course, I bought my oldest 2 Nine Inch Nails CDs for their 14th birthday. Amazing. The circle of life, it moves us on. Got a little chunk of chocolate. There we go. Amazing. Yeah, I mean, like, I wasn't allowed to have Aerosmith's Pump album, but like Nirvana's In Utero, and yeah, In Utero was like fine because it just didn't have a cover on it. So what did I learn? What did I learn from getting my Aerosmith tape taken away as a child? The lesson that I took away from that is to hide things. Right? Hide things. Just, yeah. Hide them. That's the lesson I learned. Not the lesson I think was being aimed for. So. Take off the covers, Sita. Exactly. Just store the covers in a different place. The tapes lived in the case. The covers lived in the closet. Easy. I also learned that I could use the tape deck in the living room when I was a child, which had it was a dual cassette thing that I could just dub one tape to the other, and it even had like a high speed button, so you could do it quicker. So if I had a tape that I had a couple tapes that were like, I don't even know. Like I thought, oh, like if she listens to it, she's gonna take these away. I like re-recorded them on a blank cassette. So that was like total secrecy. I'm so sad that Kurt Cobain died before I was birthed. Never had a chance to see them live. Who knows? It's wild to me. His daughter is married, just had a kid with like someone else's famous kid or something like that. And it's wild to me that I live in a world where it's like that's happening now. Tony Hawk, right? Was that Tony Hawk? You know who you look like? Tony Hawk. That's an internet meme. I know internet culture. Okay, so we're creaming together the butter, but then we're adding the shortening, and then we are adding the sugar and brown sugar and beating for 1 to 2 minutes until light and fluffy. Okay, pause. I can use this, right? This is the oh no, is this too small? I feel like this is small. No, this is the same size. Oh, right, Anyway, I got this mixer that has the rubber scraper thing on the side here. This was a little gift. Got this as a gift for Christmas. I haven't used it yet, even though I've used the mixer since then. I forgot that it was in there. So we're going to try it with that today, because that's a scrape the side situation, and I kind of... Oh yeah, definitely scrapes the side. It makes a louder... It's a lot louder than the other one. Can I beat butter with this? I guess I can. Is that a good thing? I don't know. I didn't worry. I didn't like... I haven't used it yet. It's a lot louder than the other one, but it looks handy. It seems handy. It seems handy because otherwise you're using a spatula. Oh, I need to do the eggs too. 1 large egg, one egg yolk. Okay. Forgot about the eggs. Forgot about Dre. Oh no. Speaking of music, didn't Elvis Presley's daughter marry Michael Jackson? Yes. I feel like Yeah, I think so. I feel like that was pop culture knowledge that happened when I was still thinking of when I still like consumed some measure of pop culture. I used to consume a lot of different media. I don't know. My media tastes have significantly changed. Okay. It should be fine. It's not like frozen butter. It's not frozen butter. It has been out for a while. I did get it out before stream today, so that's a good thing. 1 large egg and one. I just washed my hands so I can do this, and then 1 egg yolk. So whites in this container, yolk in that container. Perfect. Okay, let's wash my hands again. And I'm just gonna leave the eggs out because I'm gonna make another batch of these soon, so they don't need to go away yet. Okay, now we're at the point where we can start all the stuff. We're creaming together the butter, then the shortening. How much shortening? Does it give me a weight on the shortening? Please tell me it gives me a weight on the shortening. 8 tablespoons. No, it doesn't. It gives me a weight on the flour, but not the shortening. That's so annoying because this is the type of thing where you can't like measure a quarter cup of or like, it's just annoying. Does it tell me how much a tablespoon weighs? Haha, it does. Amazing. Serving size 1 tablespoon / 12 grams. Crisis averted. Yeah, because like measuring. This is when you know a recipe is like, this is like, of all the things in this recipe, that's the one that is annoying, that I'm finding, I think is probably going to be the most annoying. Because you can't, it's not like a liquid. The viscosity is not such that you can just measure this as a quarter cup, right? 1955 KitchenAid tabletop mixer only came with 1 attachment and no newer ones fit it. That sounds right. That sounds right. Where did I put the butter? Oh, here it is. It's hiding. It's over here. I wish I could find a dough hook. That would be nice. Abo, did I say hi to you? Hello. Scooping shortening is a curse. It's a total curse, and I kind of hate. Again, I'm putting the butter in. Let me look. Is this? It's 1 stick of butter. 1 stick unsalted butter, room temperature. Okay, perfect. Cream the butter until no longer chunky. Okay. And pulverize the amount of shortening. Exactly. Uncommon. It's like, whatever. Yeah, the packaging, Lemon, the packaging is cooperating today. It has the serving that I need with the weight that I can measure. I'm very happy. I've never bought shortening before. I bought a new one for this recipe. I have a container of shortening, but it calls for a lot of shortening, and it also... So like instead of oil, it's using shortening, which is fine, whatever. So I bought a new one just so I wouldn't be like dipping into like old shortening. I have cough syrup playing in another tab. Life's too short to care at all. Shortening gets weird after a while. It does, Cyborg. And I was like, I mainly use this shortening for greasing pans. I've had paper towels in here. I'm like, we can't use this for a recipe. DJ Harley, welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Thursday. Ugh. I don't buy shortening often, but it's useful for some confection. This is the first time I've seen it in this volume in a recipe in a while. Okay. Add the shortening, medium, medium, high speed until smooth and uniformly mixed. Okay, so now we add the shortening. The shortening is, I need 8 tablespoons. 8 tablespoons of shortening. So these are 12 grams per tablespoon. right? 12 times 8, 96. So you need 96 grams of shortening. Whoopie pies use a lot of shortening. I love a whoopie pie. They could be completely shortening. They could be all shortening. I wouldn't care. They'd still be good. It does go bad, Avo. It gets rancid. Yeah. 96. Yeah, 96 grams. Whoa, look at this. This is new though, and it's like it's coming off like ice cream. Very satisfying. 58. Okay, we're getting up there. 60, 74, 85. 91, 94, 95, 96. All right. Okay, 96 grams of shortening, and then we mix that until smooth and uniformly mixed on high speed. Great. High speed. Yep, that looks like you just added it looks like you added a fat to a bunch of other fat. Pretty good, I would say. It does last for a long time, uncommon. Yeah, I think maybe for me, I just didn't want to cook with the shortening that I've used for like greasing pans and stuff like that. I always miss by like 2 grams. Yeah, it definitely happens. I'd like a more precise scale. The higher the ratio of shortening to butter, the softer the result. I like that. The more work with shortening, but it looks kind of fun. It is, to me, it feels kind of weird because it's like just like fat. Like, it's just like, I don't know, ingredients, palm oil. It's literally just oil. So it feels kind of weird to like eat that, but like it feels kind of weird to put that much into something, but I wonder what a spoonful tastes like. Smooth. It tastes like the flavor of smooth. Have I made lace cookies? No. Do you mean like pizzelles? That type of thing? Scrippo sighed like she has punched out at the factory. Oh, that's so cute though. I walked Daisy just before stream. That's why I was like a little bit late for stream, because I was like, she deserves it. And that will also keep her from bothering me during stream. Okay. Add the shortening. Add the sugar and brown sugar and beat for 1 to 2 minutes until light and fluffy. Okay, so now we're going to add the sugar. How much sugar? How much sugar? Should we add? These are by weight too. No, they're not by weight. Like there's weight on the flour, but there's not weight on the sugar. What? What? Fortunately, I have a thing on my fridge that tells me that granulated sugar in the volume of 1 cup or 7 ounces is 198 grams. So I need 1 cup of granulated sugar, which is 198 grams. I am not just going to pick this up and pour it in. No, I'm not. I'm going to pick it up and spoon it in lightly from the other direction so I can see. 198. Because sugar's pretty heavy. Sugar's not something I would ever feel comfortable, at least not right now, feel comfortable like measuring by feel. I don't feel like I do enough baking on a regular enough basis to be able to be like, that's about a cup of sugar. What, Fudge darling, welcome in. Howdy. Howdy indeed. Measure the sugar with your heart. I will hope for the sugar with my heart, but I'm definitely going to measure with my... I'm definitely going to measure with the scale. 3/4 cups of packed light brown sugar. Brown sugar, 1 cup is 198 grams. Don't want to do that math in my head. 198 times 0.75 is 148.5 grams. 148.5 grams of light brown sugar. 488 124. 33. 44. 48. All right, 148 grams of light brown sugar. Beautiful. So we're going to cream that together. Beat for 1 to 2 minutes until light and fluffy. All right. It's going. I'm thinking of getting a scale with a pull-out screen. That would be nice. I think if I had a larger volume scale, I would like that. This one, when I put something on it where I can't see the screen, it's usually going to be too heavy to be able to have a measurement. That's how muffins become cupcakes, Fudge Darling. Fair. Yes, that's true. At some point, someone was like, oh, whoops. A basic lace cookie is butter, sugar, egg, oats, vanilla, salt, flour, and baking powder. You're only off. Yeah, I'm thinking, where's the lace name coming from? The oats sort of make me think that that's a chunky cookie. When I think of the terminology of lace, I think of like flat and delicate. Brown sugar is one of those things that can be drastically different with weight. Yeah. Depending on how packed it is. The measure magnet, not magnet, but this thing that I have on the fridge is an Instagram post that I printed off the internet from Cook's Country that says brown sugar, 1 cup of packed, and then it has the measurement on it, 198. So it is. They're trying to say like this is packed brown sugar. I have several measurement conversion things on the fridge. I have that one. I have the measure magnet, which does liquid cups to ounces to tablespoons to teaspoons to milliliters, and then this one up here, which is just like, 48 teaspoons is 1 cup, 2 teaspoons is 10 tablespoons, 3 teaspoons is 1 tablespoon, that kind of thing. That kind of conversion. Thinking about apple sugar cookies, Fudge Darling. That is, we were talking about, I had a recollection about apple cookies earlier in Spain. I'm definitely going to make apple cinnamon type of cookies at some point soon. I don't know if it's Pizel definitely does not have oats in it, at least not to my knowledge. Someone laced my cookies with oats. Yes. Yeah, if you find a recipe, I would definitely be curious. Muffins are not breakfast, they're dessert. Yeah, I like when you see the recipe that's like, savory breakfast muffins, and it has like 2 cups of sugar in it. And you're like, what are we doing here? Okay. Most American breakfasts seem like desserts. Well, when you put enough whipped cream on top of it, it really doesn't matter what's underneath of it. It's true. Do something with the oranges. Make a cake with the zest. Juice with the... just juice them? You can just juice them. Juice them and make simple syrup out of the peels. And candy the peels. Yeah, candy some slices, make a marmalade. Yes. We were talking about marmalade yesterday. Excellent, Sita. Thank you for putting those in Discord. I love the recipes. I love reading the recipes in Discord because I just like reading recipes in general. Mix 1 to 2 minutes until light and fluffy. Add the egg and egg yolk and mix until incorporated. Scrape down the sides of the bowl and beater as necessary. Slowly mix in the bourbon. Egg and egg yolk. Let's mix slowly until incorporated. Okay. Now we add the bourbon. it says 3 tablespoons of bourbon. 3 tablespoons is, let's see, 45 milliliters, which is 45 grams. So easy enough. You don't have to, that's a stupid question. So you don't have to shake this, do you? $45. All right. 45 milliliters of bourbon. That's not that much. That's not that much for 30 cookies. Slowly mix in the bourbon. Okay, well, we're going to slowly mix that in. Add dry ingredients in 2 additions, mixing on low speed until just incorporated. Mix in the finely chopped chocolate. Okay, so we're going to add our dry ingredients in 2 additions until just incorporated. So 1, that's probably a little more than half of my dry ingredients. Reading recipes. I love X. It all started when I was a young girl in the countryside. Jump to recipe. Yeah, I do, like, to be fair, I almost always read the head note for the recipe online. Because usually someone did put some kind of thought into writing it. I think you can tell if it's got like a whole bunch of affiliate links in it and sort of like keywords, then I'll stop reading and just go to the recipe, and I'll usually be like, whatever, like, okay, now I'm a little annoyed. But if it's someone who's like actually, you know, writing a story about the recipe for some reason, I do appreciate that. If the recipe comes from a place of history or, you know, personal, there's a story behind it, it is nice to know. I do kind of just want to read the recipe, generally speaking. It bugs me when a recipe story says it's their favorite. I'm like, please, this whole blog is 100 favorites. No, it's true. It's true. I think the personal story is nice, but I think if you're forcing it, it's not. If you're like, this is sort of on, yeah, if it's like on everything, it might as well be on nothing. For sure. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna mix in this extra chocolate, or not extra chocolate. We're gonna mix in this chocolate. We're gonna toss this in the fridge, and then we're gonna take a quick break before we get to making the bourbon sugar. So, a little heads up on how we're finishing, how we're coming in the next couple minutes. Mix in the finely chopped chocolate. Okay, here we go. Finally, F-I-N-E-L-Y, finely chopped chocolate. I'm gonna put that back here. Locked. Okay, we're mixing in the finely chopped chocolate. Ace, welcome in. Good evening. Always read it. I like to read it, Fudge Darling. I don't always. Sometimes it depends on what else is happening, or it depends on why I'm reading the recipe in the first place. And if I have time. If I'm reading it for educational or like research purposes, no, absolutely not. I just go down to the recipe itself. Although I do like if someone has like notes about why they chose a specific thing. So it depends on, you know, like I'll probably read like the first paragraph of it, and if it sounds sort of like they all do, like this is my favorite, here's the spatula I use, linked on Amazon, like that type of thing, I'll just go. But if they actually have some good advice in it and it's got like information, then yeah, I will read through it. I'll start looking at it, and if it appears to be that's the case, I will do it. Okay, we're gonna have a Twitch ad that's gonna pop up here in about 10 seconds. So let's go take ourselves a little break. Okay. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch right now. Here comes a game of words on stream, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay, I'm gonna pop this in the fridge. Pop this in the fridge for just a few moments. This actually doesn't feel, it does not feel like it's too soft. It feels like it would work in as a double batch, which is great. Okay, let's wipe this counter off. A little Clorox wipe here. Clorox brand, not sponsored. Just happened to be the one they sold in a 4-pack at Costco. Okay. So if I'm making a double batch of these, I need 2 sticks of butter. 1, 2. We'll leave those out and we'll put one of them back in the fridge. I'm just cleaning up here for a few moments while the ad runs, and I'm gonna need that calculator again. I did not use that beater. I should preheat the oven. Oh, I did preheat the oven. Ha ha ha! Thanks, past me. I forgot that I preheated the oven and thought that I had forgotten, and then I hadn't forgotten. Okay, while this ad is going here, I'm gonna wash off this beater, paddle attachment, I think is the official name of it. I'm gonna wash this. The other bowls I'm not gonna wash because they're just like dry ingredients, but the paddle attachment, I don't want to have chocolate all over it when I'm just mixing the sugar and the egg. Although it would be fine, generally speaking, I believe. I like to have it have the chocolate on it. I don't think ultimately it would make any difference at all. All right, got time for one more. One more. More. When Calvin was really little and he was asking for more, that's how he used to say it like that. He used to say more. 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 Which was always really cute and funny, as little kids tend to be. And then they grow up and start talking and telling you to go F yourself and whatnot, which he does regularly. He's still a good kid. Moa. Oh my god. Okay. Wipe the mixer off. Ad's just about to be finished here. If you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. You were so recently experiencing an ad break. If you're not a subscriber or a Twitch Turbo member, welcome back. If you're watching on YouTube, you do not get an ad. Here, you should go subscribe on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, welcome in. I do have chat up. If you are a YouTube viewer, I will see your chat if you chat. But no pressure, of course. Last couple of guesses here. Everyone gets one more guess starting right now. Got 2 4s and a 5. 2 4 letters and a 5. 2 4s and a 5. That's how I describe me and my friends going out for the night. I'll let you guess who's who. Good work. Good work. All right, let's make some bourbon sugar. No John today? It's all a John, Ace. John every day. John every day. Command John in chat if you don't know what that means or you're not sure. Maybe you don't want to ask. What is this strange man saying? Let's get... jar. The recipe says to shake the sugar in a jar. What did it say? It says a specific size jar. It actually calls for a pint-sized mason jar. Is this a pint? How many cups are in a pint? How many ounces are in a pint? A pint is 2 cups. Yeah, this is a pint-sized jar. A pint is not a measure of volume that I use very often. Like as a non-drinker, I mean, as just a general human, I always imagine a pint to be like just the pint glass, right? It's like this. What does a pint look like? It looks like this. A cup of raw sugar. It says a cup of raw sugar. Cup. Let's see. 1 cup is 48 teaspoons. This says 2 teaspoons is 8 grams. So a cup is I want to do 48 divided by 2, which is 24, times 8, 192. Okay, I want 192 grams of turbinado sugar. Let's see if that gets up to the cup measure on the glass. There is a cup measure on the glass. That's 198. Oh, let's get a little out of there. 192. Perfect. Okay. I'm British, but I'm learning American. It's a foreign language. It is absolutely a foreign language. I only think of pints in terms of ice cream, and I am a drinker. Who knows? Valid. I actually forgot about ice cream. I usually don't buy the small ones. This calls for a cup of sugar and 2 teaspoons of bourbon. So the actual amount of bourbon soaked into the sugar is really marginal. 2 teaspoons of bourbon. I'm gonna hold on. Let's pour that not over the glass. How much does 2 teaspoons of bourbon weigh? About 8 grams, it looks like. Yeah. Right. And then it says, shake the heck out of it until sugar is evenly moistened and looks something like wet sand. Okay, that's simple enough. Aubrey says, I don't drink, but for some reason I have such a well-stocked liquor cabinet. I mean, I don't drink, but I have stuff in the house. Like I have gin and vodka and wine around. I mean, I have like stuff for company, basically. And Gwen has a cocktail on occasion. She usually has like a gin and tonic. I just like having the bottles. It makes sense. Right, thanks to ice cream. Exactly. Wonder what makes raw sugar raw. I don't know. Probably just less processing, right? You get milk in pints. Yes. We don't know how big a cup is. Right. Right. And why would you? Okay, let's put this in a bowl because ultimately I'm going to just put the cookies in here and roll them around. So sanitize your counter. I did sanitize the counter. I sanitized with these Clorox wipes as we were breaking for advertisements. See, I'm learning British too. Advertisements. I don't drink, but when I do, I don't drink, but when I do, it's usually water or something non-alcoholic. If someone gives me an alcohol, I'm gonna drink it. Valid too. Next, welcome in. You've already measured in cups, teaspoons, and grams in one recipe. I know, Ace, this is the problem with all we really need are grams and milliliters. That's it. And yet somehow, here we are. Americans will do anything not to use the metric system. Add 1 elephant toenail worth of chocolate chips. What? Like shit like that. It's wild. Now we can roll these cookies. Scoop the dough into 1 3/4 inch balls, the size of a medium cookie scoop. Roll into a smooth ball, then roll into bourbon sugar until evenly coated. Arrange on parchment-lined cookie sheets, leaving approximately 2 inches of space between cookies. Okay, so let's get a cookie sheet out. We're going to fill 1 cookie sheet, and then we're just going to drop it right in the oven. And we're going to see what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a cookie that I think is about the right size. We're going to like really get one and massage it until it's like about the right size, 1 3/4 inches. And then we're going to weigh it. And then we're going to make 2 more cookies of that same size. And then we're going to make ones that are slightly smaller. And then we're going to throw those in the oven and we'll see how they come out. And based on that, we will roll the rest of them. So we're going to roll some cookies now. And then we'll kind of determine how the rest of this goes. Okay. We've reached the part of the stream where I am now feeling warm. The oven is on and it is time to take the house jacket off. Mick says, I learned from my dad, my favorite drink is the one in my hand. Which does not necessarily mean alcohol. How many football fields of cookies is this going to make? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You want to roll these balls into the shape of about the shape and size of a 6-month-old gerbil. And you're like, okay. And Americans would be like, yeah, okay. Mick says I'm a Canadian, and there's a whole chart about how we measure stuff because we use both. It's the measurements are so funny. One of the things that I loved learning and finding out was that basically a gram and a milliliter are the same thing. Like you can, if something calls for 10 milliliters of a liquid and it's like not a super viscous liquid like molasses or honey, if it's like oil or vinegar or anything like that, it's like 1-to-1 milliliter to gram. You can just measure it like that. That was nice when I kind of realized that. Was great. How many stones, right? Stone is a weird one. That one throws me. More tattoos. I didn't get any more. They're just available for visualization. Okay. So pause. This recipe makes 30 cookies. We're going to weigh this and we're going to divide the overall weight of the dough by 30. And then we're going to see what size cookie ball that looks like. Because my guess is that these are small. Based on how much dough is in here. And by the way, I can absolutely put a second batch of dough in here. There's plenty of room to do that. So we can absolutely make a double. No problem. My fears were unrealized. Not invalid, but unrealized. Okay, let's put water and a little bit of soap in that bowl. We're just going to let that soak. So I have 1,019 grams. 1019 divided by 30, 33 grams per cookie ball, which is about average. A lot of the cookies that we've made on stream have been 40 to 35 to 50 grams. They're always somewhere in between there. So these are like on the lower side of that. My measuring cups are like mildly accurate, right? I always weigh. If there's an option to weigh, I'll weigh. Parents would know their weight in stone. You're measuring yours in kilograms. Yeah. Yeah, the size of a small boulder. Well, that's what this is. Roll the balls into one Maytag dryer knob size. Exactly. Which model? One Maytag model year 1976. Ace, I am gonna stop at the chicken because, like, you know, it's like the, you know, Stuart. I don't want to. I want to get banned. Yeah, if it's waterish, Lemon. Enjoy your lurk. Thanks for coming through. I appreciate you. Y'all, if you're not following A Recipe Reborn on Twitch, Lemon is a really wonderful food and drink streamer. And I think if you're hanging out here and enjoying sort of the, like, in the kitchen, cooking and chatting, you will absolutely love A Recipe Reborn. That is a stream that you should follow. And there's a link in chat. Nope, sorry. Hold on. There you go. Okay, there's an actual link. Lemon's how I found this stream. Lemon is an icon and a legend. I know, Jeff, exactly. Lemon's one of the first streamers. She's lurking now. I can say nice things without... Yeah, Lemon was one of the streamers that I came across. It was not like immediately after I started looking at Twitch or having a presence on Twitch. It sort of like very quickly after I found her stream and was really, really, really thankful too. Okay, this is a 33-gram ball. That's pretty sizable. For the sake of a test here, let's see. If we flatten that out a bunch, if that spreads a whole bunch, might be about that big, which is a regular cookie sized. Right? Sita, amazing. Help me body double, be productive. Right, I definitely enjoy, yeah, I don't stream during the day usually. This is a weird time for me. This is a strange time for me to be live, generally. It's not strange. I'm always alive at this time during the day, but it is odd for me to be streaming. Scoop the dough into 1 3/4 inch balls. Also, for the sake of clarity here, let's get a ruler. Look at that. Let's get a little ruler. Here's my recipe testing ruler. It's got all sorts of little like stuff on it. This is about 1.5 inch, depending on which way you're measuring it. So this is right. Like, this is the size that this is supposed to be. Then roll into bourbon sugar until evenly coated. The moist sugar will clump. That's the effect we're going for. Okay, let's roll until evenly coated. Right, evenly coated. A bourbon ball. We're not slapping them now. We're slapping them on the string, on the tray. What? Baker says, Lemon was my first food and drink stream recommended by a friend. It's been a fun journey through food and drink. I agree. Food and drink has a lot of people in it. She also introduced me to Cooking Twitch. Yeah, and there's a big cooking component on Twitch. A lot of folks who I'll say of the food and drink community on Twitch, it is also pretty close knit in the sense of a lot of folks kind of raid internally. I am one of them. You know, if I'm doing a cooking stream and I see, you know, someone on who I think, you know, who I enjoy or whatever, often I'll raid into another cooking stream. It's not the only type of stream I watch on Twitch. I watch a lot of other stuff too. But if I'm streaming cooking, I do like to kind of keep it in the fam or in the category. Which I know a lot of folks do that too with games and whatever. I don't think that's uncommon. But the food and drink community on Twitch is pretty close knit in the sense of there's a Discord that a lot of folks are in. There's actually 2. And I think we sort of recognize, a lot of folks sort of recognize how small the category is, and like, hey, it doesn't help anybody if you're like not nice to the other food and drink streamers. Okay, I'm gonna do a 40 gram ball too, just something a little slightly larger. And I also recognize that these will probably take slightly longer to cook than the other ones, so I'm not going to get the same evenness on here. What I'm really concerned about isn't the evenness of cooking on these first batches, it's the size. Chef John is your first food stream. That is, yeah, I mean, he's been doing it for a while too. The first food stream that I ever came across was a guy named Hey It's Me Salty, because he was streaming during the daytime and I found his stream. Probably the second stream I came across was Lemons though. Maybe. There's some other folks that used to stream during the day. Mrs. Ruby, if you have been around for a while, she was a big food and drink streamer for some time. She's been more on she is sort of more offline now, not offline, but she doesn't do live streaming as much anymore. She does other content. She's podcasting now. For something that's a rough size, stating 1 3/4 inches feels unnecessarily precise. Ace, the problem is that you need weight for this. You need, like, the cookie balls should be X amount of ounces or grams. Like 1 3/4 inches on a hand rolled ball is so subjective. Like, which side of the ball are you measuring? Right? Okay. Bake for 12 to 14 minutes. Okay, so we're gonna check these on the low end. We're gonna set a timer for 12 minutes. Go. And we're gonna set a timer on the low end. I now have my dough here, sort of like ready. I'm gonna pop this back in the fridge for just a few moments, and we're gonna start making the next batch of these, because I know I'm gonna make a double batch no matter what, and I can just get started on it now while those are in the oven, because they'll be done before we know it, and otherwise I will fucking fuss over them the whole time. I'll be looking in the oven, I'll be like, are they done? Are they done? How are they looking? I'm gonna do that anyway. Don't worry, if you were here for that, we're gonna do that anyway. Salty for me too, Twinderella. Twinderella, that is where you and I first encountered each other. I knew you as a chatter on Salty's stream. That is true. That is true. I remember that for sure. And he still streams. Like, let's be super clear. He still streams. He's like, he took a long break and he's active again. He may be taking, I don't know. Listen, it wasn't my day to watch him. I just know that I've seen him online a bunch. So he's still doing the thing. I know he was gaming for a little while. I'm glad he's out in the world doing it. All right, we're gonna start by doing some easy stuff here. Pulverizing some chocolate and measuring some dries. Nothing that needs to like continue progression. It's something I could stop. Baker says it's why I always stick around for raids. It's taken me so many wonderful places. I agree. I love a raid. I love when I get in a raid and it's like a brand new to me streamer, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. Too much innuendo today. Strap on in. Oh wait, no. Shit. Take that. No. Today. Yes. Let's say more words to not to distract. Look over there. Look over there. Look down here. Look at the counter. Look at all the stuff down here. Who's No says, I apologize if this is TMI, but I find watching food and drink streams helps my eating disorder, kind of like living vicariously. I've heard that before too. I don't think that's definitely not TMI. I've heard that from lots of folks where, like, hey, I have disordered eating in some way, like, or I can't eat this certain thing and I just appreciate watching it, or I used to eat that certain thing, or like whatever. A scant amount, exactly. Woof. Okay, how much chocolate do I need? I'm doubling this. Reminder to yourself, you're doubling. 3 ounces of chocolate, so I need 6 ounces of chocolate. So this is 1, 2, half a bar of this, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So as a reminder, we're doing 2/3 dark chocolate and 1/3 semi-sweet chocolate. Okay. So that's good. And I have, if I want to make a 4th batch at the end of this for some reason, maybe I don't have enough cookies or whatever the reason, I have enough chocolate that I could definitely do a 4th and a 5th batch. But I don't think that's going to be necessary. And I am hoping that that's not necessary. Okay, let's do... Hey, there's something for everybody. We're an equal opportunity enthusiast. Let's pulverize. That was a very abrupt and loud sound. Okay, that's pulverized. Yes? Any big chunks in here? No. Okay, good. Fantastic. Again, I'm not going to put this stuff away yet until I know exactly how many cookies I can get out of a batch. I did. My spatula is in the sink. Okay. Just use a different spatula. Totally fine. Totally fine. Dirty all the dishes. Dirty all the dishes. Yay! Okay. I am going to take this food processor off the counter, though. And move that off to the side, because if I do use it again, I can just get it back. Okay, we're halfway through these cookies. Let's see. Yep, we got a little dome in the middle. Okay, I feel like even at 40 ounces, these cookies are small. So I feel like we're going to do 45-ounce cookies. And I am going to need to recalculate how many I'll get out of a batch then. So if one batch weighs, let's see, that first batch weighed 1,019 grams. So let's just say 1,000 because loss. 1,000 divided by 45 is 22 cookies per batch. 2, 4, 6, D6 cookies. 66 cookies per, 66 cookies if I do in 3 batches. That's more than I need. I need 48, up to 48 cookies. So 3 batches would work at 45 grams. What happens if I put 3, if I do the small ones, we do 30, let's say we do 33 gram cookies. 33 ounce cookies would be fucking huge. Let's do 1,000 divided by 30, 1,000 divided by 33 is 30 cookies per batch. So that's 90 total cookies. 90 total cookies. So if I did half of 48 is 24. 48 plus 24 is 72, which leaves me 18 cookies left over. So I could either do three small cookies per package, or 2 larger ones. And I can definitely do that with 3 batches. I can get away with 3 batches. I'm inclined. Does anybody have a preference? Any of y'all who've like, in general, like receive even if you haven't received cookies, is there like? There's been 3 times that I've done a 3 cookie distribution. I kind of feel like I like that because there's just more of them, and I think more cookies is always kind of nice. So I think I might do 3. Lunar Echoes, welcome in. Do I remember you? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I was born in 1984. More but smaller is easier to share my 3-person house. That makes sense to me. And functionally, if I'm being real honest, it would probably be easier to do the smaller ones because I've already made the smaller ones. And I can't make these that are in the oven any larger. So I am going to do 3 smaller ones, and I can still get away with doing 3 batches. I'll have less leftover cookies for the household, but I will have enough cookies for Cookie Club. Okay. All right. So that's like, as I'm looking at these now, these have 1.5 minutes left on them. Unless, these 40 ounce ones are pretty big. What if we did 40 ounce cookies? 1,000 divided by 40, 25 times 3, 75 cookies. That's still plenty. That's less cookie overall for everybody, though. That's like, it's 245 gram cookies are the same as 3 30-gram cookies. Fact. Do what your heart tells you. Generally speaking, that is the move. I think we'll do 3 smaller ones though, because I like the idea of just 3 cookies. So we're going to do what the recipe calls for. I could also make a 4th batch. This is true. This is very true. I might too. You know what? That's not a bad idea, because I do like, I could put more cookie balls in the plastic bag in my freezer. I could do that. All right, these have 10 seconds left on them. So we're about to find out. How these were. Do I need to do anything with these when they come out? Do I need to like bake for 12 to 14 minutes until cookies have settled into shallow domes? They'll be set around the edges but still puffed in the middle. Okay. Set around the edges. Let's give a little poke to this. Yeah, that is set around the edges. It is definitely domed in the middle. The smaller ones, I feel like the smaller ones are probably finished, but I'm going to give these another 2 minutes. I'm going to take these all the way up to 14 minutes and see what their what they look like at the end of 14 minutes. Now, again, the next batch in the oven is going to be a full tray of cookies, and we're going to probably need to cook them for slightly longer anyway. But I just want to see what 14 minutes looks like for these. Those feel to me like they're not completely set around the edges. Like I touched it with the spatula and it sort of started to come up into it still felt very soft. Everyone makes 1 dozen for each person participating. That's a great cookie swap. I love that idea. There was a cookie swap with some parents at my son's school not recently. This was easily a year ago. And I was like, I was happy that they did it, and I was like, no, they didn't ask, like, I wasn't included. I just didn't get included. And I felt left out because I was like, I love making cookies. Don't you people know this about me? They probably did. They're probably like, he's just too enthusiastic. We don't want that kind of energy. Fair. Okay. Let me continue to like move stuff off of the counter here. And we need to wash the bowl. I need to wash the mixing bowl in the sink. So I'm gonna have to do that in a second. See that you're game for a dozen. I was just thinking earlier today how I could like expand Cookie Club and do stuff like a little differently if I need to. I don't need to. I was just like, what else could I do? What could I change? I didn't land on anything specific. I'm not like changing anything up. Just always thinking. Okay, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Timer is up in the oven. Let's get these cookies out and we're gonna look and see. I'm gonna make sure. Yeah, oh shit, these look good. These look so good. Yeah, we're gonna do the smaller cookies. I might actually drop these to 30 grams because these are a little large. So I might do 3 30-gram cookies in a package. But look at that. That's exactly what I wanted. Like when I said I was excited about this recipe, fuck, I can't hold that anymore. Hold on, too hot, too hot. Okay. That cracking on the top, that situation where like it's sugar and cracked is what I was interested in with this recipe to begin with, like the descriptor of how that looked. So these smell amazing. I'm gonna leave these here because my wire rack is not available because I have a bunch of ingredients over there on the counter. Let's recalibrate. So we're gonna do a double batch. I need to wash that bowl. So we can let's wash this bowl. Are we anywhere near an ad break? No, 20 minutes away from an ad break. Okay. I remember grade school bake sales, but most moms just made box cake mix. Broccoli says some would make cookies from Pillsbury slice and baked dough, but one enterprising mom always donated divinity. I love that, donating divinity. I would definitely be the person, given, in a vacuum, I'm always going to make the homemade thing. Savory Sailor. I got an amazing rack. You know it. I got 2. Plus 1 that's not that great. Yeah. That's what you were talking about. I know, I'm sure. We're gonna put this over on the counter. Let me move these things. So we're getting into the part where I'm gonna use these dry ingredients now. And I want to have, so we have our tester cookies. I know what size cookies we're making. I know how long to bake them for. And I know roughly how many we're going to have at the end of this thing. So let's start. Let's start here. You know what I'm going to do? Before I start rolling those cookies out, we're going to make our double batch. Because once I start rolling the cookies out, I really don't want to stop to have to make more dough. So we're going to make the dough now while those cookies cool. Then we're going to try one, obviously, to make sure that we have just the right amount of cookie size. Then, after we finish mixing the second batch, we'll do we'll bake all the cookies at once. That's the good plan. Bakery, welcome in. I am not usually live in the middle of the day. This is true. Today's going to be a long one. Don't let the dough get too soft. Who knows? No, we're going to pop the second batch in the fridge. So I have plenty of space in the fridge that I can like throw things in, but I'm just going to make the dough. So let's wash this bowl. Come over to the sink here. All the chocolate bits in the sink. I let this bowl, this was soaking. So we have plenty of space, at least as far as I could tell, to make a double batch in this bowl. I always like to make a single batch first. Now, in retrospect, I would have loved to have made a double batch first, because then I would just make a second double batch, and I would have 4 with the same level of effort. But if I want to make a 4th batch today, we're going to have to do that. We're going to have to do that separately, which is fine. I don't think we're going to do a 4th batch. Like I said, I think what I want to do is actually drop the weight of those cookies to about 30 grams if I'm going to do 3 of them. Because 30 grams, as I said, is roughly 2 45-gram cookies. It's not roughly. It is. That's how math works. And we're going to do I'm going to do 3 of those in a batch. Nice scraper. The scraper was a gift. This is actually the first time I'm using it, and it was it worked. It was useful. It did what it was advertised to do, which was keep the side of the bowl clean as you're mixing things. So that was nice. Definitely did what it was supposed to do. Did what it was advertised to do. All right, so let's just we have our chocolate ready. We have all of our dries are out on the counter. Let me get these eggs. So I need 2 whole eggs and 2 egg yolks. That's what this recipe calls for. So 4 eggs. Let's do the eggs first. 1, as opposed to the yolks, I mean 2. So 2 eggs. Oh no. Oh no, my yolk broke. Lost. Damn. Okay, that's fine. 1 egg yolk and a second egg yolk. So my eggs are done. Wash my hands again. And other stuff is all the dry ingredients. So let's start measuring that now. A couple of broken yolks yesterday. I always get frustrated with myself when I break a yolk, because it's always like you just know it's happening. You see it and it's like, oh, there it goes. It's a slow thing that happens, but you can't undo it. So it's just frustrating. All right, we're going to measure the flour and dry ingredients directly into my sifter here, so that it'll be easy to finish measuring. Oh. We'll add it to Friday's egg bucket. Wait, wrong stream. Correct. No egg bucket here, just a compost bucket. My partner made himself a breakfast burrito. He could have used them. That's like, I do try to save, I'll save stuff like that. Because I'll make scrambled egg or something. I'll put that container with that broken egg in it into the fridge, probably in the next break, and then have that be for some type of breakfasty thing. Tatsu, welcome in. Did I hear cookies? You did. Kathy, the cookies are going well. 420 grams of all-purpose flour. 420 grams of all-purpose flour. All right. They know their audience. No, they don't. They just doubled it. 420. So it was 210. I think I'm going to have to sift this separately. I'm going to have to sift this separately. This is like too much for the container. 418 grams. Couldn't have done that one any better. Kathy, cookies are going great. My eyes are going buggy from looking at spreadsheets. Oh no. I want to see some cookies? I got you. Just wait. Right there. You stay right there. Keep your... Hold on. I got you. 420. Bake it! That's right. Blaze it! Oh God. There was a time in life when people said that seriously. People say that seriously now. Kathy, here's some cookies. These are the 33 grams. So these are slightly larger than the ones that I'm going to send. And yeah, I'm letting them cool off a little bit. I want to taste them. But I also like want it to be cool. So it says to sift these things together. So I'm going to measure them into the sifter and then we'll like dump them. I don't know. I'll dump them together somehow. I have the larger bowl, so I'll use that. I keep looking over there I keep moving. Stop moving your recipe, Lou. Keep it in one spot. 150 grams of Dutch processed cocoa powder. So it calls for 75. Again, we're doubling. So 75 times 2 is 150. Holy shit, that's a lot of cocoa powder. That's like a container of cocoa powder. You can tell that I don't bake with high volumes of cocoa powder very often when I'm like, oh, that's a lot. It's a notable amount. For cookies, often it's like a tablespoon of cocoa powder, you know? Purdy, thank you. They do look good. Do you like to bake things other than cookies? Yes. I like to bake a lot. I do enjoy baking. It's fun. I don't bake super often. But I do love it. Baking powder, baking soda, salt. Okay. Baking soda. I need it calls for half a teaspoon, so I need 1 whole teaspoon. 1 teaspoon of baking soda. Calls for 1/4 teaspoon, therefore 1/2 of a teaspoon of baking powder. 1/2 teaspoon, confirmed. Powder. And then salt, it calls for 1/2 teaspoon. So I want 1 whole teaspoon. Have the same cocoa powder. I love this cocoa powder. The special dark cocoa powder is my favorite. I usually buy the dark chocolate cocoa powder just in general, as opposed to the regular one. Okay. So all of that is going through here, and then I'm gonna dump this again into the same mixer, and we're just gonna sift it back together again in the sifter, so that it sort of comes together. I already sifted all this, so I'm just sort of like, if some of it spills out in the bowl here, I don't really care. All we're doing is trying to mix this together. Who's Nose says, my baking goal at some point is croissants. I've never made croissants. Always says, I would try croissants, but I think all the butter pounding would make my neighbors mad. I mean, maybe just do them in the middle of the day, you know? Or offer some to your neighbors. Hello, I'm making croissants today. There's going to be a lot of noise from my apartment. But at the end of it, if you'd like some homemade butter croissants, I'd be happy to share one with you. Don't mind me. There we go. Great. All right, everything's mixed together. So we have our dries, we have our eggs, we have our chocolate. And the only thing that I don't have is the sugar. So we'll add the sugar to the bowl as we go, because I can just take the bowl off of the mixer and put it on the scale. And no harm, no foul. Kathy, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I hope your lunch was good. Yeah. I'm a 2 a.m. baker. Yeah, ain't no daytime baking. Well, then you definitely would want to give them a heads up. That is true. One stick, so 2 sticks of unsalted butter. So now we're going to start with the mixing process for this one. Here's what we're going to do. Just a little heads up, right? We're going to mix. Then we're going to take our roughly top of the hour ad break, and then we're going to make cookies. All of them. Like a lot of them. That's going to come up. That's going to be next. The very next thing after our break will be cookie. Lots of cookie rolling, lots of cookie making. So just a heads up. That's what we're doing. All right, this butter, it just says until it's smooth, which is great. Cream butter until no longer chunky. It was not chunky to begin with, so that's great. All right, for my shortening, it says I need 8 tablespoons, so 16 tablespoons of shortening. 1 tablespoon is 12 grams, so 12 times 16 is 192 grams of shortening. That's a lot of shortening. Okay, so let's just start with that. 118. 158. A piece of that shortening flew off and got into my eggs, which I'm going to throw out. But let me finish measuring it first before I reach my spoon into the raw eggs. 186, 188, 191, 193. Can't win them all. Close enough. Okay. Should be finished with the shortening. Let's mix that in. High speed until smooth and uniformly mixed. Easy enough. The almond croissants from Costco. It's good enough for me now. Avo says, you know, I do love croissants. I'm allergic to almonds, which is like very unfortunate for my almond croissant availability. There's always almond croissants around, but I can't ever eat them, which is like frustrating. Okay. Sugar now. This is where we get into it. So I need 2 cups of granulated sugar. 1 cup of granulated sugar is 198 grams. So 198 times 2 is 396 grams of sugar. 396 grams of sugar. That's a lot of sugar. Okay, but that's what we're doing here. 395. 97. Close enough. I made croissants successfully one time, Lemon says, and I'm just going to leave it there. That's valid. You're like, you know what? I'm going out on top. I'm going out on top. I got it. I got it. And we don't need to do it again. 3/4 cups of packed light brown sugar. Packed brown sugar is 198 grams. 198 times 3/4 is 148.5 times 2 is 297. Easy. I laminated dough once, but it was easier to do with paper. Oh my God. Oh man. 297. Oh, 299. That's close enough. Well, we're not gonna worry about those 2 grams. Those 2 grams? We don't need to worry about those 2 grams. It's good. It's all good. Yeah. All right. And then we mix for 1 to 2 minutes until light and fluffy. So let's just start that at a low speed so that sugar doesn't fly everywhere as it does. Okay. Good. 2-minute timer. Go. I made a souffle and it wasn't as hard as people make it seem, Kuzno says. There are definitely some good souffle recipes out there that are easy, or that are much more accessible than your sort of like hoi polloi fancy souffle. I like that it looks like you bought your sugar on the street corner. I mean, you don't get your sugar from the guy on the subway? The guy in like car 2 has the best. But you got to go to different cars to get light brown and dark brown sugar, which is super annoying. But, you know, when you get in your bag, you got to get it no matter what. That's looking good. Liking what I'm seeing in here. Not gonna lie. Straight to the molasses guy, right? Yeah, you got your pomegranate molasses, you got your blackstrap molasses, you got your regular molasses. What do you need? What do you need? I got you. Yeah, move over, mason jars. I do a lot of bulk shopping. Like my flour, I buy in bulk. I always buy it at Reading Terminal. That's where I do the majority of my bulk shopping is there. Okay, I mean, this is pretty light, pretty fluffy, I would say. It's been about a little over a minute. I have a ton of mason jars I use for taking up cabinet space. Avo, that's a very familiar statement. I have a lot of mason jars. I prefer to drink out of mason jars because I like to, like, you can measure the stuff on the side. Jolly Rancher vodka, fascinating. Sounds good. Did you just soak them in that? I guess. Opens coat. Yeah, you want that? You want that powdered sugar? I got you. Now we add the egg and yolk and mix until incorporated. 1, 2, plop. 3, 4. All right. Egg yolks are in. Now we are going to add the dry ingredients in 2 additions, mixing on low speed until just incorporated. Okay. Dry ingredients. Here they go. Here goes about half the dry ingredients. A little more than half. Some of them. Oh, hold on. Slow. Oh, that just. Yeah, this is the problem with a double. It's like, it's got to mix it. You got to like go real slow. Fallgeist, welcome in. You're only allowed to use mason jars if your name is, in fact, Mason. That is funny. There's a kid in my son's school named Mason. Shockingly enough. Okay. Well, hopefully that'll be good without that little bit of flour that came out. I'm sure it'll be fine. Shouldn't matter. Shouldn't matter that much. Maybe it will. Maybe it will functionally change how these taste, and this whole batch will be awful. Doubt it, but it's possible. Okay. That's good. Now, let's get, hold on. A little spray from that round of dry as well. Okay. That towel is absolutely fucked, as the kids say. Now we're going to add our chocolate in here. Adding in our chocolate, we're going to go to mix this. Then we'll add, drop this in the refrigerator. We're going to take a quick break. And then when we come back, we're just going to make cookies. It's going to be Cookie Factory over here. They're dad jars. They are. I have quite a few mason jars. I like them. They're great. The cheapest vodka I can find for Jolly Ranchers until they dissolve. I mean, that sounds super simple. Little cocoa farts. Exactly. The bowl is like, you know, just one little brown spurt. It should be fine. That's the type of thing where I'm not like really worried about some of it coming out. I don't think enough came out to change anything, especially since this is a double batch. We're good here. Okay. So this batch is good to go in the fridge. Pop this batch in the fridge. And then while getting through, while we're doing a quick break here, I'll clean up the counter. Okay. Yeah, this is all. Just checking to see if there's any dry ingredients in the bottom. No. There's not. There is. Okay. There's a little bit of dry on the bottom. Let's get that up and back into the rest of the dough here. There we go. Okay. Oh no. Just eat the raw dough. It's fine. Yeah. The thing is maxed out. It is. It is. They make aftermarket paddles that go higher. This is an aftermarket paddle for sure. This was a gift. And I am using it for the first time today, and it is useful. It's doing what it said. It's doing what it said it would do, as advertised. So that's a good thing. Okay. Uncommon Wolf, what kind of tea did you make? Alley Cat, welcome in. Good day. Good day. Okay, let's see. We're going to take a little quick break here. We're going to play a game of words on stream. Mint! I love mint tea. Raw dough is one of the better ways to go. There's so many people who are like, it has eggs, it has raw flour. I'm like, I know, but it also contains so much joy. It contains so much joy. Don't take that away. All right, let's play a game of words on stream and run a quick ad. If you're watching on Twitch, we'll be right back. The ad's going to be 3 minutes long. If you're watching on YouTube, you're going to probably hear me ramble about some nonsense. So feel free to go sub on YouTube and hear what I say. There it is. Be right back.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of
All right,
Commercials I
let's
Hate.
actually like clean up here. I truly don't think I'm going to make a fourth batch of these cookies. It's like I want to because I just want to have like cookies left over, right? Or not left over. I just want to have like a lot. I'm feeling greedy and I just want more cookies for myself, like TBH. But I am not going to make a fourth batch of these today. I should have plenty of dough for the cookies that I actually need for Cookie Club. So we're going to leave it at that and not get overzealous. Because if you recall, when I started stream way back at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time, I said that I wanted to also do a little recipe development on stream today, which is slowly slipping away from me. But once we get the cookies, here's my thought. Once we get the cookies baked, I'm going to transition and make dinner. Because dinner is going to be soup. And soup can just sit in the pot on the stove. It can stay warm. I can hold it hot. It'll be totally fine. And that way, dinner will be ready. I won't get hung up on dinner. I'd rather get hung up on like the packaging of the cookies and not whether or not dinner's ready when the family wants to eat, if that makes sense. Hey, good job. That was killer. Y'all crushed that board. That was very fast. Okay. Popping stuff in the dishwasher. We're putting things in the dishwasher that can go in there. Cleaning up. Cleaning up between ads. Okay. So my mixer can go away. Let's rinse this paddle attachment off. And do. That's good. Now, I can't rinse my mixer because it is a piece of electronic equipment. But I do need to wipe it off. So I'm gonna move this near the sink and we'll give this a little wipe down with a wet rag. Holy crap, y'all! Amazing. That was impressive. Honestly, our ad just finished also, which is super cool. Murky Durky, welcome in. Good to see you. Thanks for hopping in during Words on Stream. Lemon, no, we're not having cookies for dinner. As much as Calvin wants cookies for dinner, we are having soup that he specifically requested. He asked for. We were at the market this weekend and they had kale, and he was like, "Oh, can we get that?" Basically, he was like, "Can you get that and make soup with it?" And I was like, "Sure, great, happy to." He's really been into the idea of like leafy green soup for like a couple weeks now, and so I keep indulging him on it because like obviously if your kid's like, "Can you make me soup with these leafy greens?" I'm like, yes, duh. Child asking for kale? Absolutely. He could be like, "Can you cover this kale in chocolate?" And I would be like, probably. Okay. We have Clorox to the counter again. That is clean and wiped. Let me wash my hands here. And now we're gonna make cookies. Like we're ready to crank out some cookies here. So the process that I've been doing for a couple My preferred process, I should say, for cookie making is I just roll the balls until they're done, until they're all done. And if I get caught up with putting stuff in and out of the oven, like basically I want to always have a sheet pan in the oven with cookies on it. When I open the oven, I want to take cookies out and put cookies in. And that's the goal. Just like always be cycling through. The recipe says to cool the cookies on the pan for 10 minutes and then transfer them to a wire rack. So they cook for 12 minutes. So ideally you cool them, you transfer them, you put the next round of cookie balls on the rack, and then it's like, boom, ready to go in the oven. So easy. Should be easy. Hopefully. But before we do that, let's make sure these cookies are all right. Here's the ones we made a while ago. They're completely cool now. So my goal in like letting these completely cool too is to determine like, okay, when I package these, can I package them a little warm? Not really. Do they have like chocolate that's going to melt? If you package things when they're still warm and they have chocolate and then you put pressure on it from the food sealer, from the sealer, then it squeezes the chocolate and like it gets messy. So if you have chocolate in things like visible chocolate, they really need to cool down quite a bit. These do not. They're ground up enough. So this is one of the 45-gram cookies. This is one of the 30-gram cookies. 33. This is exactly what the recipe calls for. This one. This is a little larger. I'm going to make them just like a few grams smaller than this. And then send those out. So that'll be good. Okay. That's the inside of these. They're like fudgy. Looks kind of fudgy. Stream's going well so far. We're just about to make all the cookies. So it's been a while, but we have all of the dough in the fridge, and I'm moving towards actually making them. Holy shit, those are really good. Do not taste like bourbon. Frogger says, if you give someone a rectangular flat pan, does that mean you gave a sheet? It does. Jealous. You know what my immediate reaction to these is? They taste exactly like Cocoa Puffs. Or Cocoa Krispies. We're gonna have to make these again. Gwen's gonna be no matter how many of these are left over, Gwen's gonna be upset that there's not more. These are really good. They seem like cookie-sized cookies. Uncommon. Yeah. I'm gonna drop the size to 30 grams and put 3 of them in each package instead of 2. I could do 2 45-gram cookies or 3 30-gram cookies. I'm going to do the smaller ones because they'll probably cook a little better. But these are fantastic. Definitely, these taste like Cocoa Puffs, like Cocoa Puffs or Cocoa Krispies. It kind of tastes like Cocoa Krispies because of all the sugar that's on top. That like crispy sort of sugar that's there is really like you can feel it when you chew on it. Are we out of focus again? There we go. Elgato was in chat on Tuesday. I should have complained to them. My camera stopped focusing. Like, hey, while you're here, Tatsu, can you feel the bourbon? No. Not at all. These do not taste like bourbon. Like, the primary taste in these is chocolate. Easily. And it's not even close. They're like a brownie. They are chewy. They have the like sort of like edge of a brownie crispiness to them. They are crisp around the edges and chewy in the center, but they feel hard all around. They feel solid, but the center is actually a little chewy. Those are fantastic. Okay. I've decided I'm not making a 4th batch, so
I'm gonna put my dry ingredients back in the cabinet now, so I can clear my counter off. Just bear with me for a second here. Because if I have all this stuff on the counter, I don't have any room to put finished cookies. So I have a lot of counter space, but I'm not, and I need to be efficient with it, that's all. Okay, sugars, flours, sugar, butter, flour are back in the cabinet. Chocolate, bourbon. No, I'm gonna need the bourbon, so I need more of that. I need more of that turbinado sugar. I'll leave the turbinado sugar out. We'll leave out the sugar and the bourbon, and put everything else away, away, back in the cabinet. I don't know where I was going with that. That's really all I had. Okay, oven's still on. Oven's still on. Spatula at the ready. Cooling racks at the ready. Let's take these cookies. Let's pop them on the rack. And there we go. All right, one sheet pan. I need to get out my other sheet pan because I want two. Because if we only use one sheet pan to bake, it's going to take forever. 20 plus minutes per batch. All right. Second sheet pan is at the ready. Cooling rack. Spatch. I also want to get a sheet pan for cookie balls. So I'm going to make, ideally, I can roll faster than they bake. So ideally, I can roll more than, I don't know, more cookies per bake time than I'll bake them in the oven. That way I'll finish rolling them before I'm finished baking them, and I can move on to something else while I'm still sort of like transitioning them in and out. Transitioning them in and out of the oven. So I can move on when I am transitioning them in and out of the oven. There we go. I want to drizzle with a vanilla bourbon caramel glaze. Oh, they would be great with a glaze. I agree. Agree. They would be good with the glaze. I'm not putting a glaze on them, but I do think that they would be tasty with that. All right. So we're making 30 gram cookie balls. That's the goal. We have our dough from the first round ready to go. Let's make cookies. Bourbon chocolate sugar cookies with ice cream and a vanilla bourbon caramel glaze. Oh, they would be great with ice cream. Unfortunately, I ate all the rest of the ice cream in our house last night, which sucks for anyone who wanted ice cream. Guess who's going to the Japanese market? Oh my god! Oh my god! That sounds so fun. Is this like an impromptu trip? Do you have what's your goal? Like, do you have a reason? The reason for being? Do you have a reason? Do you have to accomplish something there? Here's the question: do you have to accomplish something there, or is this just like I'm going to the market to see what's up? Because like actually having to accomplish something is very different. When you're like, all right, I gotta go. I gotta find this one ingredient. But that does sound fun. All right. So 30 gram balls. These will probably not take 14 minutes to cook because they're slightly smaller. Oh. Did you know that if you put liquid on a sugar and let it sit for a while, that it solidifies? We're gonna stir this a little bit. Let's break this sugar up again. I put the cookie ball down on top of it and it just sat there. My partner happened to be going to the doctor across the street. Oh, amazing. You're like, yeah, you sit in the waiting room and have an existential crisis, and I'm going to go look at, really amazing looking fish and stuff like that. I think Mitsuya is like one of my favorite places on earth. What is that? I'm not familiar. I love a specific market like that. It doesn't matter like what variety of food. I love going somewhere and browsing the curated food, like curation in like a smaller grocer or market is super exciting because it's stuff that you're just not going to see somewhere else, you know? It's someone who is purchasing super specifically. Okay, so we're rolling now. We're into the cookie forming and shaping stage for sure. Let me take one of these. These are the small cookies. Can I fit 3 of these? 2, 3. Yeah, oh yeah, I can fit 3 across. Perfect. Just a giant Japanese store with a bunch of stuff inside, like a mini mall. That's kind of cool. All right. I took Gwen to the doctor yesterday and went and got myself a coffee or a coffee and a pastry at Last Drop, my favorite little coffee shop. We've gone there together before on stream. I've definitely I started stream there. I've started stream at Last Drop and I've ended stream at Last Drop. I drove her to the doctor yesterday or no, 2 days ago. That was 2 days ago. Good Lord. Okay. So 30-gram cookie balls. And we're going to do 3 of these per package. Doesn't change my package size at all. It just I kind of like when I get I like the months that have 3 cookies in them. That's always, I kind of feel like it's a little something extra. Like it's not functionally they are the exact same volume of cookie, whether or not this month, whether or not I would be doing 2 or 3. It's just really preference. I think 3 is nice. 3 cookies, even if they're small, feels like you're getting a treat. 2 is like, where's the 3rd one? I was up. I spent a ton of time. Speaking of markets, in Toronto a couple weeks ago at the St. Lawrence market, just looking around. It was funny. One of my friend who lives there, was kind of like not necessarily bad mouthing it, but saying like, "Oh, I don't think they don't have some of the stuff that like I thought they would have," and I felt kind of weird because I was like, "They do." Like I definitely just spent multiple hours looking around there, and like that thing that you said that they don't have, I can think of like 3 places there that had it. That market was great. The bulk stuff was kind of intense for me. There was like more bulk vendors than I think I was expecting, even though I've been there before. The last time I was there was 2019, 1, and 2, I was with people and didn't really get to like look around. When I went recently, it was on my own. 1, I was on my own. 2, marijuana is legal in Canada. And 3, I had a couple hours to kill. So I really enjoyed the St. Lawrence market and had a great time. I also had the largest cheese Danish I've ever had in my entire life. Which I won't say where it was from. It was from somewhere in the market. It was not good. It was not that great. Because when you make things that large, they're not always that great. Yes, sir, it is. I voted for that. It was so wild. The last time I went, there was like 3 dispensaries downtown. Like that's it. Like literally like 3. Because I remember I was like, damn, it's like 2 kilometers to the closest place. And this time I went and I was like, oh wow. Like there's a lot of dispensaries. They're everywhere. My buddy was like, yeah, they're like closing now. There's like too many.
Like, he was like, we went way past what we could support, and now they're closing some of them. So I was like, this is great. This is great. And it was great. I was like, I didn't have to go very far from where I was staying. That's for sure. I definitely recommend experiencing the St. Lawrence market in that mindset. The only 24-hour store we have other than gas stations. Yeah, some of them were definitely. You can buy from Ontario government website. I saw that you could buy like on the internet, which is wild. They deliver to your house, check ID, and walk away. I mean, you can get it delivered to your house here too. It's just it's not through a website. It's through one of those apps that is anonymous. And they definitely check your ID. You have to sign up and they check your ID and you literally sign a contract with them. It's kind of intense. I'm speculating. I don't know. I don't actually know that offhand. I do know that offhand. All right. We're almost finished with one tray here. I might be able to roll 2 trays, a whole second tray in the time that it takes these to bake. 30 grams is a weird number. Not intuitive with my fingers. A couple of years ago in DC, Fall Guy says there was a service where we made an appointment to meet them somewhere. Somewhere was always a high-scale luxury hotel. Yeah, I mean, that's the type of place that doesn't necessarily arouse suspicion. At the Watergate. Ooh, you fancy. I've heard of it. All right. Last one from this batch. Or last one for this tray. Yes, there we go. Now, my hope is that these are spaced well enough that they're not going to spread too much into each other, but let's just let's get like a bird's eye view of this tray. Meaning, I'm going to get on my tiptoes. There we go. Okay. All right, oven is on. Cookies are going in. I'm going to bake these for 12 minutes. I think I'm also going to rotate my tray at 6 minutes because my oven definitely heats unevenly. And I think that I want to make sure that these are as uniform as possible. They always dress up in DC, so blending in isn't hard. No, that's true. It's a very going out town, right? This is a weird system. Oh, I didn't know it was legal in DC. It's cool. That must be nice. It's decriminalized. Marijuana is decriminalized here. So in Philadelphia, no one cares. It doesn't matter. The police, it's like the maximum penalty is $100 fine. And they take your stash away if you've got anything on you. So that's probably annoying, but otherwise it's it's inconsequential. Sita says it's been legal here for a while, so it's weird to think of it being so scandalous. It is weird. I mean, it's weird to me. Lemon legal in Canada since 2018. Okay. Yeah, the last time I went there when I was talking about the dispensaries was 2019, and it was early in 2019, really early. It was February of 2019. So it was certainly in its infancy. That makes sense why they weren't. The actual dispensaries now. Yeah, Philly in Pennsylvania, it's not. So my state, it's not legal, but in every adjacent state to Pennsylvania, it is. So if you go to New York, it's legal. If you go to Maryland, it's legal. If you go to New Jersey, it's legal. I don't know if it's legal in Delaware. I know it's medically legal in Delaware. I don't think it's recreationally legal, but it's recreationally legal in all those other states. So like, if I want to buy weed legally, I can go across the bridge to New Jersey. There is a legal weed dispensary 15 minutes from me. Probably closer than for most people, but where I live, it's not. So, you know, it kind of sucks that every time I go to New Jersey, I have to consume it there too, and, you know, can't bring it back. Anyway. Had medical for like 10 years. Yeah. My t-shirt, get a gift of an 8. You know what? How's that t-shirt working out for you? 2008 medical's been legal here almost 20 years. That is wild to think about. It's Tatsu, it is odd because it's like, the thing to me that's odd is like, it's legal everywhere else. Like Pennsylvania's losing, our state is, how much money is our state losing in revenue, like tax revenue, by not having marijuana be legal? Like, because like people just go to New Jersey for it, or they buy it, you know, in the same way that they've been buying it forever, and the state doesn't get any of that. Like, I don't get why they're not like all in on it. Like, the writing is on the wall, right? I live in PDX. I could throw a rock and hit a dispensary. That is, as far as my understanding, that sounds like what I've heard. I got a fine for bringing some over the border into Canada. Oh no, a fine, but not jail. Yeah, that's like, a fine is like whatever. I mean, not whatever. It depends on the severity and the volume of the fine. But like here, it's like in Philadelphia, if you get caught actively smoking on the street and have, you know, a stash of it in your pocket, the maximum penalty is $100 fine. So functionally, like, it doesn't work. Like, there's no need to enforce it. People don't enforce it. It's like a thing that they could hold over your head if they had something else that they wanted to pull you over for, you know? So it definitely impacts more minority communities still, because folks who are more likely to get stopped by police or pulled over or whatever, detained in some capacity. And that's where it's like, okay, you know, yeah, you can get a fine for it, but like most people won't stop you for it now. It's like, if you're, I don't know, doing something else, then you end up, you know, getting dinged for that too. Okay, I'm gonna rotate that tray in just a moment here. Yeah, Fall Guys, that's exactly what I was saying. Most folks don't care. It's not an issue in general. Yeah, Lemon, it could be. It could be. Now that I'm back home safe, I can admit that in my bag, when I traveled there, I had one loose gummy that I didn't know was there, until I unpacked my bag when I got there, and I was like, oh, hey friend, what are you doing here? But it wasn't packaged or anything. It was like, if you looked at it, you're just like, why do you have a little candy in your bag? Okay, 6 minutes is done on those cookies in the oven. Let's rotate those. We're gonna open, and rotate, and back. All right, easy. I'm gonna need some more sugar here. This was, wildly enough, this is like the right amount of sugar. Like, that's all that's left, and that's all that's left of my dough from that batch. This is, of all the things in this recipe, I will say that the amount of sugar is perfect. Oregon was the first state to legalize physician-assisted suicide. Yes, that's true.
And there's a lot of hoops that you have to jump through for it. It's not just to like show up at your doctor's office and, you know, see you later. Oh, and enjoy the market. I hope you have a good. I hope it's good. It sounds like you're just like browsing and enjoying it, which is fantastic. I hope the rest of your afternoon is super relaxing and inspiring. The dough is giving dog turds in this state. It sure is. That is not. You're not wrong. It is very. It is very brown. It is very brown. Yeah, you do have to be terminally ill. You have to like. They really want you to mean it. They need you. They need you to be certain. It's important. But like, that's cool. That is a thing that you can have access. That is a thing. It's neat that it's a thing people have access to. Okay. This is good. Ooh, that was so good. Ah, that was so good. Holy crap. Okay. I'm going to need a larger mason jar to mix this sugar next time. I need 2 cups of turbinado sugar. Two cups of turbinado sugar. So 48 teaspoons is a cup. So I need 24 times 8 times 2. 384 grams. That's probably might be the rest of this bag. 1, 2. I love it. I've had this bag of turbinado sugar for a little while, so it's nice to actually like use up a bunch of it. And now I've got some extra sugar still kicking around in this jar with a little bit of bourbon at the bottom. So let's see if I can get that out. There we go. That's the good stuff. All right. And now how many? 2 teaspoons of bourbon. So I need 4 total teaspoons, which is 20 milliliters, which is 20 grams. So it looks more like pig turds. It looks like enormous rabbit turds, like mutated rabbits. I'm glad I'm unable to make this distinction, Fall Guys. See, Canada does too, and Sweden. Yeah, that's wild. Nice catch. Thank you. It's a skill. Hey, congrats! Happy anniversary to Ben and Jerry. Do you call it Gotcha Day? Pigs will eat anything, including human bone. Use that information as you see fit. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that the mob used to raise pigs. Okay, 20 grams. Oh my God. One of the wild things I kind of enjoy, but I'm also kind of like, oh wow. When I go out anywhere in like Pennsylvania, basically like when you leave the city and you go into like the agricultural areas of Pennsylvania, especially, it just smells like poop. But especially in the Lancaster area where there's a lot of Amish representation and they use horses for transportation, it like really smells like horse poop like everywhere. It's very foul. Get out. The scent of horse poop in Amish country is very pervasive because it's like this is how they get around on a horse or in a carriage, but horse-drawn carriage. Where is my? There it is. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna get. I didn't do this in the last jar, but I'm using a little spatula here to get the sugar out of this because there's quite a bit in here. It's like sticky and sticks to the sides. So, all right, I got about 20 seconds left on those cookies before they're at 12 minutes. So we're gonna pause for just a moment because I'm gonna want to check those in a bit here. So let's just wipe the sugar grains off the counter first. But this is good. I have my next tray of cookies ready to go in. So we're good. We're good. Uncommon Wolf says wombats have cube-shaped poop. That's kind of cool. Hogs and gators in the bayou, Foulgeist. That's kind of wild. Hogs for sure. Chickens do shit all over the place, Mix. Chickens are out of control. Broccoli, that's amazing. Congrats on your order. That's huge. That's amazing. It is. It is literally horseshit, Foulgeist. That is true. My whole town smells like shit on a windy day, so Fluff says. There's an agricultural college. Oh, yeah. That'll do it. When the wind blows. Hopefully it's not in your face. All right, let's check these. These look good. I do. Okay, so opening the oven and rotating them means I do want to add the extra 2 minutes to these because they're cooked evenly, but they're at that point where they're like just a little underdone. Still, they're like a little bit soft, but not bad. They're good. They're coming along nicely, and they're a good size, and they're not touching each other on the tray. So all those things are good. They're also exactly the same size, which is always really nice when you're making cookies. You can always tell when someone used pig manure for their garden. Yes. It's because all the plants come up in little curly cues, right? The coop is a mess, but it's frozen. We can't do much about it. Masking up before feeding? Yeah, I can imagine. Meadow muffins? I've never heard that term. That's kind of fun. Lots of wannabe cowboys. Should have been a cowboy. We should have learned to rope and ride. Anyone? Toby Keith? When we first started our garden, we had pig manure put down, and that was a prolific year for growing. We grew things we didn't even grow. Just seeds out of the manure. Whatever the pigs used to eat. That's the fun part about compost, is when stuff just like starts growing out of it. It's super cool. Well, I set a 2-minute timer and never hit start, so I'm gonna give these. That was probably about a minute ago. Yeah, about a minute ago. Okay. 14. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to set a timer for 14 minutes and then one for 7 minutes. So that next time we're going to be no confusion. Toby Keith, RIP. I know. He died in December of 2023, I believe. My playlist last year was I make a playlist every year for just like the year. I just like add songs to it as the year goes on. And that was the Should Have Been a Cowboy was the first song on the 2024 playlist because Toby Keith had like just died and I was listening to it. And it was January 1st. And I was like, we'll start the playlist with this song. I find myself annoyed at the open spot on the cookie sheet. Me too. February 5th. Oh, okay. It must have been later in the year. It was later in the year than I thought, clearly. I have a playlist when I need to make myself cry. Mm-hmm. Yes. I know what kind of playlist that's like. I've heard of those before. Okay. Tray number 2. Going in the oven. Let's set a timer. Start. Okay, now we roll more cookies. Now we're in it. Now we're like, we're good to go. I should be able to get another like couple trays of cookies in here. So, how many cookies do I get on a tray? 3, 6, 9, 12. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15 cookies per tray. Amazing. That's really cranking them out.
Everybody hurt. Sometimes everybody cries. I need a playlist what I need to make myself fart. That definitely seems like a bass playlist. I agree with you. Ooh! Did that sound come through on stream? Because damn was that loud in real life. It was a very high-pitched whistling sound for when the air escaping from the side of the glove. Anyway. All right, let's get our next round out. This is a double batch of bourbon chocolate sugar cookie dough. And we're going to, as the great frontman Fred Durst once said, we're going to keep rolling, rolling, rolling. $30 grams. Perfect. Whenever I listen to my crying playlist, I forget that a corn song makes me cry like a bitch. What corn song? Now I like must know. That was the cutest little ha. I forgot. I love that the ha sounds all make different sounds, or they're the library of LOL command LOL sounds is large, and I always kind of forget what's on there. BRB, someone's at my front door. A delivery. 1 sec. Just a quick delivery. Quick delivery! Calvin just got into making playlists in the past couple months, which is kind of interesting. It's nice to me. My 14-year-old daughter has a 1,500 song playlist. That's a lot of songs. Well, now that playlists are mainly driven through like Spotify, I feel like it's easy to find like more songs for your playlist, right? Frontman, I know. That is an old term. Should we use the more gender-neutral front person? Or perhaps singer would be appropriate. I hope a SpongeBob laugh is in there somewhere. There might be a SpongeBob laugh in there. There's a lot. There's quite a few. We got a wine delivery and nobody signed for it. Wish I'd have known. So I was gonna say I wish I'd have known that when I was a kid, but like I didn't drink when I was a kid, so I only spent a brief period of my life drinking alcohol. Hopefully it's a brief period in the overall scale. Daddy by Korn is one that makes me cry. I can't recall that one, but now I'm curious and I will probably listen to it later. For up front they. A 2,300 song playlist would be intense. I think the longest playlist that I have that I've like made myself by hand is probably like 20 plus 20, somewhere between 20 and 30 songs. My playlist brain tells me I can't do much more than that because I'll run out of tape. Does anyone else have a literal stack of 25 CDs that were all ripped and passed around to download on computers? Yes. Yeah, I don't anymore, but I definitely did. I'm very familiar with that. The stack of maybe labeled, possibly labeled CDs. Did you not use mixtapes to warn your husband? I did, actually. I had when we were courting. I did. I used to make mixtapes a lot. Um, and I definitely did. I have a lot of those tapes now as playlists on my computer, which is kind of weird. I'm old enough that my childhood included having a blank cassette in my radio and racing across the room to hit record when my favorite song that I've been waiting to hear and record came on. So a lot of my mixtapes are inclusive of like the radio drop in the middle of the song, or like at the very beginning where they do like, you know, the radio call letters. They have like all of my mixtapes are like the beginning of every song is just like the call letters of the radio station. Yeah, I can't my my mixtapes are like 90, maybe 90 minutes long. Cuz that's like where my brain goes. When you say mixtape, that's a specific thing. A mixtape in my brain is different than a playlist. What about getting mad at the DJ? I know, shut up. Like, shut up. Talk before the song. Don't ruin this. I got so mad. I always got so mad. I would also wait. See, what I did when I was a kid, I used to have a list of songs that I like wanted to make into a playlist or into a mixtape, and I had a specific order of them. So I would wait until that song came on the radio. So sometimes a mixtape would take like weeks to make because it's like, oh, I want, whatever. I want this song, this particular song next on the tape. Like the order of music dictates that it goes in this, that this song is next. So I would like wait to hear it. And in the very frequent occasion where the DJ would then talk over the beginning of that song was like, shut up. But I usually ended up like listening to like the daily countdown, right? The like which songs were most requested today. And that was where I got most of my like actual recording off of. Because like that's when it's like, yeah, this popular song is coming on in this hour of radio. So I did, Fall Guys, I did. I turned them into digital, into just like playlists. That was back when I had iTunes and I like just downloaded the MP3s. I have a master playlist, whose note says, that has all the songs from all the other playlists. Cool. That's kind of cool. That's like your master data set. I can appreciate that. Okay. I was born in 94, whose note says we were poor. So I also did the tape recordings and a dial-up and stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The dial-up, I remember the dial-up. The dial-up. Mom, get off the fucking phone! You just ruined my download! Even though I had a stereo, I never realized I could do that at the time. We had, these are the stories we watched for. We had one of those stereos that had two cassette decks. So the stereo that I had when I was a kid, it was a good one, I guess, at the time. It wasn't high end, but it was like, it had a record player, a radio, and two cassette decks. And it also had the ability to do high speed dubbing. So you could copy one tape to another from, on the decks really pretty easily. And you could record on there too. So I would usually have a blank cassette for a mixtape that I was working on, like in the stereo. And then I would also like make copies of that. So the tapes that I had that I'd like made for other people when I was a kid,
in high school, middle school and high school, I also like made the copies of them for myself. So I still have a few of them. I have a bunch of cassettes. That stereo that I had growing up in my mom's house, she was going to throw it out one day. I was like at her house randomly, like years and years later. And she was like throwing a bunch of stuff out. And I was like, hey, is that a stereo? Is that like the stereo? You know, are you throwing that out? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, I'll take it. You know, so I have something to like play on if I ever need it. I miss VHS, who's new says. I miss Betamax, Fall Guy says. I never actually used a Betamax. I never used a Laserdisc either. We skipped like from VHS to DVDs. Remember when I was a kid, my dad used to record all of the movies. He had HBO. And he used to record movies onto VHS tapes. And he had like a library of probably 100 plus VHS tapes that all had like 3 movies on them. So I remember like whatever was on HBO, he like had it. He just like recorded all the stuff that came on. So that was always kind of cool because it was like, you know, you could go to like dad's library and have, you know, 3 movies for the cost of nothing. Fun fact, when I went to college, the only VHS tape I owned was a bootleg copy of Fight Club that he recorded off of HBO that I probably watched hundreds of times because it was literally the only thing I had. If you squint hard enough at the scrambled channel, you can make out a butt. Yeah, all the scrambled channels there was nothing. It was always just hearsay. You could never actually get anything out of those. Could try. Still have your boombox and your Walkman. Impressive, Sita. That is impressive. I have the stereo and a bunch of tapes. And I have a bunch of records, too. The same thing, at one point, my mom was like, I'm getting rid of these records. Like, I don't really want these records anymore. Do you want them? And I was like, you're getting rid of, like, 200 records? What are you doing with them? She's like, I'm going to throw them out. And I was like, okay, I'll take them. Sounds great. Thanks. So I have lots of like old school media available to play in the house, but I don't have it out. It's like all just in boxes and in storage. Like if I wanted to play a cassette tape, I would need to do some setup work. Okay. Next tray is ready to go in the oven. I got 30 seconds left on my timer. Beautiful. These cookies in the oven look beautiful. And the ones that came out of the oven just recently also look fantastic. Betamax had better picture quality than VHS, Proctor says. I don't think I ever experienced a Betamax, not in the wild. Mick says, every day my aunt recorded her soaps on VHS so she could watch them when she had dinner and come home for the evening. That's great. I remember you could set the VCR to just start recording at a specific time. You put the TV on the channel, you set the VCR, you're like, start recording at 1 p.m. And it would just start. And it was wild. It was just like a different world. VHS does get worse quality the more you watch it. That is true. That is very true. Daisy's here. Daisy, get out of the way. Get out of the way. You gotta move, girly. Oven's open. Okay. Cookies coming out. Cookies going in. Very important that we start the timer. Okay. Timer is started for those cookies. We have cookies out of the oven. And we're going to continue rolling cookies here. We're going to have an ad coming up here. Actually, why don't we do that now? Why don't we do a quick ad now? While that's happening, though, I'm going to continue rolling cookies. I hope that's okay, because I want to keep getting it done. Like if I pause rolling cookies for the ad, then I won't have any cookies to put in the oven when this one ends. So we're going to do that now. Because it is the top of the hour, roughly. I said I wanted to keep ads around the top of the hour today. So, yes. Do I mean cassette up work? Yes, I do, folks. Yes, I do.
I also had a talk boy that I bought at a yard sale. That was really fun. The one that Macaulay Culkin uses in Home Alone. Maybe it's Home Alone 2. I don't remember. Any carrots around, Cyborg? There will be carrots for dinner. We are using carrots in dinner tonight. All right. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. If you're watching on Twitch, you're going to get one of those 3-minute ads. If you're watching on YouTube, you're not. There's a link to YouTube in chat if you want to hear me ramble during the ad break. Here comes a 3-minute ad. Mix, that's amazing about the little TV. I love it. Okay, ads coming. We're good.
Hi.
There it
Welcome
goes.
to another edition of
Okay.
Commercials I Hate.
Let's keep rolling cookies here because we're in production mode. You know what's wild about these cookies is that I think they're going to be a little bit big for the packaging. Like, I might actually have trouble packaging 3 of these in a row. We'll see. So some of these are the same letters as a recent board, because I remember tarot was a word like one or two games ago. I am getting better at pulling 30 grams out of here, though. Wow, holy crap, y'all. Just, like, destroyed that board. Two more 4-letter words? Are we serious? That's it? One more 4-letter word? Incredible. Wow. Y'all. Okay, y'all get another one for that. We almost only ever get to do 2. But y'all finished that one with 30 seconds left in the ad. So we get a bonus. We get a bonus board. That was great. Absolutely amazing. Good job. I'm proud of y'all. I'm participating not at all in this. I'm participating in an emotional support context. You know, all I see given the conversation that we've been having, all I see in the letters in this board is Memorex. Hey, if you're experiencing an ad break on Twitch, you should be back by now. If you're not, just wait longer. Thanks for your patience. I appreciate it. Nobody likes ads. It's true. They're terrible. But we gotta run them. They're gonna get run no matter what. And I choose to run them in the middle of the stream. So that is the nature of the beast. And in full disclosure, ads bring more revenue every month than gifted subs do on this stream. So I'm gonna keep running them because they're beneficial to me financially. So just being real. All right. Dee-dee-dee.
Very nice. Y'all did so well. I'm genuinely impressed. Genuinely impressed. Oh look, the camera view is still very much zoomed in. How about this view? Do we like this view? Do we want this view? That feels very far away. But I kind of like that view. All right, we're about to switch our cookies in the oven. Not switch. We're about to turn our cookies in the oven. So we're about halfway through this tray, which is great because I'm almost all the way through the next tray worth of cookies. And remember, all I want to do is keep up with what's in the oven. I want to make sure that I don't ever have an empty oven until we're finished. Okay. Good. Let's come over here. We'll spin these around. And timer's already set for the next one. So great. Yeah, switch their direction, change their orientation, if you will. And just, this dough is a little dry on the top, so it's I'm just kind of giving it a little kneading in the bowl here. As I'm working it, it's just drying out on the top because it's that's how it works. That's how things work. Okay. So almost there with these cookies. So I got a couple more minutes. We'll make as many as we can, and then we'll get the next tray prepped. We'll get the next tray done up. Yeah, rotate the tray. Just change things up, switch things around. Keep things baking evenly. That's the goal. The oven has hot spots like any oven, so just switching the tray is super helpful. Okay, let's move that off there. Very 30 gram balls. That's all we're doing. What kind of countertops? I believe these are granite, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't order them, or I didn't pick them. They just came with the house. I think they're granite though. Most granite countertops look like this. They could be fake granite. I don't really know, but the stone seems to be solid. They're stone all the way through. I know that. Because you can look at the underside, underneath of the counter and see that they're stone. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. So this is just the cookie manufacturing process. We're doing as much. We're doing all the cookies at once, rolling them all at once, while simultaneously cycling them into the oven as we can. My heart yearns for marble countertops. The stone countertops are nice. I do like being able to have dough on the counter directly if I want to. Sometimes that's nice. I mean, you got to wash the counter, like you know, you still have to wash the counter and all, but it's good to have. Stone is good. Is there a discernible difference between like marble counter and granite or slate or whatever? Fogger says, I once lived in a 70s construction house The kitchen counters were these irregular, weird tiles with grout in between them. Oh my God, I know. I've seen those before, and it's like, yo, this is a useless counter for actual cooking. Like truly useless. I would hate them too. I would definitely, if I was moving into a place that had those, that would be like my first thing, would be ripping those out. Or looking for a different place if I was renting. If I was renting and planning on cooking a bunch, that would be a nightmare. That is just, yeah, those are terrible. Mick says, I want the white labradorite granite counters for kitchen and the black granite labradorite for a bar. We'll also need to win an insane lottery. I know. Yeah, these counters are, I think they're granite, and they definitely came with the house. I know all the fixtures in the house are the least expensive fixtures you can possibly purchase. Because every time they break and we go to the store to like get a new one, I see the ones that we have and they're just like, you know, piece of shit co. Incorporated company. The salt counters, like the black like the black stone counters, those are always, I remember those. Amber, welcome in. Yeah, these white counters, like you can, for me, like you probably can't see it on the camera, but there's like, in real life, I can see sugar. I can see every little brown spot on this counter. That is super true. I kind of like the white counter because it keeps you honest about keeping it clean. POS Incorporated, right? That's where all of my faucets in my house came from. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're almost rolled here. That's good. And we're at, what time is it? 16:30. Okay, so we are at regular stream starting time. We're at regular Wednesday stream starting time. If this was a Tuesday, Thursday regular stream would have started about an hour ago. Listen to you, Mr. Oh, I have morals and accountability. Yeah, I mean, listen, to be fair here, like I'm making cookies that I'm sending to people. Like you can see me making them. I want to keep the thing clean, you know? I'm trying to keep things proper because I don't want to give anyone dysentery, you know what I mean? Mix says, part of me just wants full stainless steel and let me bleach it to death. Yeah, I mean, that's also an option. That's also an option. All right, timer's going off. Timer's going off. So let's pause. Let's pause for a second. We're going to do real quick. We're going to take these cookies off the tray over here. I gotta be honest with y'all. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get 3 cookies in these packages. These turned out pretty large for. They spread a lot, I guess I should say. They're, you know. But we'll see. We'll definitely. I'm gonna try. We're gonna try. I want to put 3 cookies in each package because that's how many I made. If I was 100% only gonna put 2, I would have made them a little larger. But if they don't fit, then they don't fit. I can't change that. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, these are good and evenly spaced. Let's get these out. So we have cookies coming out, which look amazing, as did the last batch, and cookies going in. I love these are turning out. I'll be super open with y'all. These are turning out fucking phenomenal, like truly and genuinely phenomenally. I'm very, very happy with how these are coming together. Okay, but right now, before we do anything, let me start stacking these because I'm running out of rack space here. And these, despite being warm, are firm. So they can be stacked and will be stacked right now so that I can put this other tray on the wire rack. All right, so we're basically doing a finished rack. We have like a finished rack over here, which I guess you can't see either one of them on the counter here, but we have a finished rack and then a cooling rack. So let's keep moving. We should be able to finish rolling out the rest of this dough pretty quickly here, and then we can move on. Then we can move on. I'm going to make the soup. So the next steps here are making soup. Then once the soup is like underway, we're going to package these cookies. I need to check. So this is kind of silly, but I need to check when that recipe that I wanted to start today on stream is due. So I feel like I wanted to start it today because it's due on like Sunday or something, but I gotta check first. So all white kitchens scare me. Broccoli too. Yeah, I feel uncomfortable. Who knows? Yeah, that makes sense. The Corian. What Corian, is that a type of stone? I've not heard that term. Very into the colored cabinets thing. Be nice blue or green. I would change the color of these cabinets. To be honest, like I don't really care at all about the color of anything in the kitchen. I like the white counter because it does show when it's dirty, and I kind of like knowing when the counter is a little dirty, you know? They look good. They do look good. I think so. Oh, who's knows? Thank you. We do still have to make popcorn. I don't have to make popcorn right now. I am packaging. So my goal is to end stream around the normal time. Just generally speaking. I don't want to go much longer than the normal time because like I want to eat dinner. We have friends coming over tonight. They're going to come over to watch the series finale of Traitors, season finale. So if we don't get to the popcorn, which we may not, and it's okay if we don't, that's fine because I will just make the popcorn as I'm actually packaging things. But I'd like to get to the popcorn. The popcorn's easy, so it's nice to be able to get it done. Frog says, my home is a ranch style built in the 1950, but rented out for some time before I bought it. I cuss all the time at the previous owner. That type of house has seen some stuff, you know, for sure. Kitchen's from 95, Avo. This kitchen is newer than that. I don't know what year this house was built. We're not the first occupants of this house, but I think I want to say we're the second. Might be the third, but I think we're the second occupants. Corian is a brand name. It's basically solid plastic. Oh, okay. Yeah, so plastic, anything. Like as soon as you put the word counter and plastic in it, I'm out. You might as well have like a laminate countertop. My cabinets were obviously hand built and they have mystery boxes above each one. Super. A void between the top of the cabinet and the ceiling, and they decided to close it in. That's cool. I wonder if they put anything in there. Spiders? Yeah, definitely spiders. You're probably going to find a lot of like dust and maybe like mouse leavings. There's solid ass wood mix. Yeah, these cabinets are not hand built. Yeah, Amber, the 2010s sometime. I don't know. Sometime around then. Yeah. Like a shelving board. Yeah, like that's when you're like, yeah, y'all cheaped out on this, didn't you? Y'all didn't do this one right. Avo, that's the type of thing where you just move apartments, right? Where you're like, if the too much stuff has to get replaced, you're just like, I'm out. Like I gotta go somewhere else. Because the other alternative is like you say something and then your landlord like does something about it, but it puts you out of your place or like, inconveniences you for months at a time. Annoying. I wasn't planning on living here this long, but life happened. Well, that's good that you're alive.
Still. Baker has laminate counters, but new place has granite. Yeah, laminate is terrible. I will say that I'm very happy. I do like the stone counters because you can just set your sheet pan right on it. You can set your hot thing directly on the counter, and unless it's like extraordinarily hot, it's not gonna. It doesn't. There's nothing bad comes out of that. Mick says our house is a bastardization of 150 years of construction. Sounds like you might live on a farm. Designed well but cheaped on materials. That kind of sucks. Because you're like, this could have been way better. A true 1-inch thick tongue and groove board floor in the attic. Perfect. That's exactly where you want a showplace floor to be. Where everyone can appreciate it. In the attic. Is that why I can't sit on the counter? Because I'm extraordinarily hot? Ding, 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 ding. Nailed it. No. I do sit on the counter sometimes. To be fair, if you've caught the beginning of a stream, if you catch the beginning of stream long enough, you'll see me sit on the counter to adjust this camera. Because it happens every once in a while. Time to rotate cookies.
Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy,
Rotate.
sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy, bye.
Cookies are rotated and in for their next round. Perfect. Wait. I didn't look at what I was measuring. There we go. I'd be happy with any material for a countertop as long as they were taller. You're 6'3", which is tall. Yeah, I mean, I'm maybe 5'6". I might be 5'4". I don't know. I forget. I was at the doctor this week and I didn't ask them. But I can't imagine, like, this counter is a good height. And yeah, like, imagine just being like a whole foot taller would be wild. I imagine my arms might be a little longer, but maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. 1865. Holy crap, Broccoli. That's a while. You gotta be able to get it's definitely a childhood memory, like climbing on the counters. Part of my childhood memory is being told to get off the counters. So I should mention that I'm 5'5", Foul Guy says. My ex was 7'2". Sheesh. That's big. That's a big human. I can't even imagine being that tall. My bathroom counter is way too short. Where was I recently? I was somewhere recently that had a really low counter, and it was like confusing to me because I was like bending as a generally small adult. I was like bending down, and I was like, "What is happening here? This is weird." Amber says my apartment is from the '90s, so it's very old. Hey, and has stucco plaster. The flooring, hardware, appliances, and lights are new, but everything else is original. The '90s aren't that old. The one with the awful tile counters. Oof. No accounting for bad taste, Fall Guys. Sounds like you did okay. Sounds like you did okay for yourself. That's when you're like on Tinder and you're looking at the backgrounds of people's pictures and you're like, "Ooh, you have a shitty tile counter in your house. I'm out." I've judged people for less, so can appreciate that. I'm also a woman whose nose says, "So I would forgo all of that if I could just find a tall enough pair of freaking pants." Oh my god. I will say that from a pants perspective, the pants perspective is probably the one area where like men's clothes are probably like a little better, because they measure around the waist and the length. Imagine. Imagine. Savory Sailor says being on Tinder is the first mistake. Listen. There's a lot of apps out there. And I will tell you, there's more people on that one than there are on any other ones. So it's sort of like how big of an ocean do you want to fish in, and how much work do you want to put into it? I think that's how I see it. You got more opportunity, you got more options, but more bad options too. My Tinder profile was terrible. Send it to me. I'll tell you how to improve it. Mix, I'm married to a Tinder date. Amazing. Yeah, like that's how people meet though. Like that is super normal. Getting laid isn't as hard as you think. Correct. I went on a dating app once, saw a bunch of people from high school, and nope, the fuck out of there real quick. Whose nose says, yeah, that's, you know, you got to be ready for that too. It is how you meet terrible people. That's true. That's true. They're not all bad. They're not all bad. Some people meet good folks on there. You have to be willing to deal with a lot of shit. And a lot of just like weirdness. The geography radius of Tinder was nice, but if it hadn't been for some happenstance travel, I wouldn't have met spouse. That's cool. That is very fortuitous. I have some similar stories around that. It's definitely it's an interesting travel thing. If you're like somewhere in the world and you're like, oh, let me see who's around out here. All right, we're almost finished rolling these cookies. Really, we truly are almost done here with the rolling. Not done with the baking, but we're almost finished with like the work of making cookies. I consider the baking part not necessarily work. Mick says I was born at Bonspiel, so I started flicking Tinder and ended up seeing him and shot my shot. Amazing. That's great. That's super fun. I have someone that I met on there who was literally on a train going through Philadelphia. And it just like happened to be online at the right time. And is still a friend of mine. Like, it's been years now at this point. Still someone I talk to regularly enough, every couple months. Am I the crazy one who would want someone they knew from high school to match with me? No way. I don't know. My particular rule is if I know you, I would swipe on you. If you and I have ever talked or met IRL, then I'm just going for it, and not because I want anything out of it, but because it's sort of like, hello, other human in the world out there doing your thing. I see you. I hope you're having success. That's kind of how I see that vibe. If you know somebody. Otherwise, you're you can just block them. You could always just block them, and then they won't know, and you can protect your peace, as people say. All right, next tray. Going in. Yeah, who knows? It depends on your high school experience, obviously. I would... Can I be
Y'all mind if I'm really fucking petty for just like 30 seconds? No? Okay, cool. I'm in better shape now than I was in high school. I look better than I did in high school. Maybe not like from a youth and vigor perspective, but from a like objective human of my age to other people my age, I'm doing all right. And I'm okay saying that. I do my part to make that happen. So, I know that the other people from my high school, because I was on Facebook 6 or 7 years ago, I know that some of them didn't age that well. So I'd be happy to see them on a little dating app like that and be like, little Schadenfreude. So yeah, I think your high school experiences vary widely, obviously. But for me, it would be more about like revenge, and maybe not revenge. What's the word? Satisfaction. It would just be like a satisfactory sort of situation. I also think I aged okay. Yeah, Avo, I think, I see some folks from my high school who did not age so well. And it's funny because my friend Drew, who I went to high school with, is still actively friends with lots of folks from high school. And so I get some dirt. I get some dirt from him, which is great. Savory says, Tinder was a shit show. It seems to be a bunch of women who just wanted me to buy them dinner. I mean, yeah, if you're... Yeah, there's definitely that. There's definitely that. I've already said, I also think I aged okay. Yeah, I mean, I think, if I'm just being like incredibly superficial about it, that's how I would see it. I would imagine I didn't peak in high school. No, Amber, I did not. I like to think that I haven't peaked yet. I don't know. With respect, I think tattoos make most people better looking as well. True. Tattoos are not a personality, but they are an accessory. I see tattoos as more of like, I see them as something of like an accessory. Because like you just decide to wear that accessory all the time, If it was that transactional, it would be easy to pan spot. Savory, yeah, totally. And Mick says the blessing of being trans. No one can find me now. I know, right? That's a nice little side effect. I do not want to be found by anybody. Let's just switch it up, shall we? But yeah, Savory, to your point, there's no shame in that either. Like, I'm very like positive on, sex workers and, earning a living and being able to be safe and legal about it, and having an environment where it's a job and you're supporting yourself, like totally okay. Avo says I was a dork in high school. What was I in high school? In my senior yearbook, I got voted dramatic difference. So the difference for me was that I started just telling people I didn't like them. By senior year, I was like, you suck. F you. Like I was like a little punk kid. I was a nice kid. I was a good kid. I was a very good kid. I obeyed all the rules. I was generally like good. I just put those cookies in the oven. I did not set a timer for them. How long have they been in there? Let's set a timer for... They've probably been in there for 3 minutes. So let's set a timer for 4 minutes and we'll rotate them at 4. Okay. I missed setting that timer. But yeah, I was definitely... I was a good kid, but I got into punk music and started telling people to fuck off by senior year. So, dramatic difference, I suppose, was accurate. Amber said, my middle and high school crush is now a dental assistant for his family business. I know where it is, and I'm always like, if I just show up one day, that would be wild. It would be wild. It would be wild. GoPro Slow Yo, welcome in. Nice to have you. Happy Thursday. We're making cookies.
We literally just finished in this very moment rolling the last of our cookie dough. But don't worry, stream is definitely not over. Welcome in, friends. It's nice to have y'all. Let me pause for a second. We were talking about Tinder and our high school experiences translating to being an adult now. If y'all would have any thoughts on the matter, please feel free to share them. Access Powers, welcome in Class T. Thank you. Miss the cookie dough. Well, here's some cookie balls. Let me welcome y'all in. Go for it Slayer says my thoughts are specifically fuck Tinder and fuck online dating. You know, that's a fairly common sentiment. I feel like a lot of folks would be like, yeah, absolutely. So forgiven and recognized. We're making cookies today. We're doing these for Cookie Club, but friends who just joined us, typically this is typically a cooking stream. We do IRL stuff every so often. Tundrella, thank you for the shout out. I appreciate it. What were you doing on stream today? I see you're in the game dev, software and game dev section, which I love. That's like I love those streams. They're always super fun. Friends who just joined us, welcome in. Thing number one, follows are silent. So if you follow, I'm not going to say hi. Chat isn't going to say hi. There's going to be no alerts, and you're welcome to lurk and hang out for as long as you want in complete anonymity. If you want to chat, please feel free. But this is a very lurker-friendly stream, so feel free to follow and not be perceived until you choose to be perceived. Welcome in, though. My name's Lou. Like I said, typically this is a cooking stream. We do some IRL stuff. We're in a place of transition at the moment because we have cookies in the oven that are probably like 1 minute away from needing to be rotated. Oh, I set my timer for 4 minutes, but I actually set it for 40 minutes, so that sucks. Let's give it 1 more minute. I don't know. I'm just going by eyes here. So we're making cookies now. We have cookies in the oven, cookie balls ready to go in the oven. They're not salty. That's turbinado sugar. And I have some cookies that were recently taken out of the oven. Here they are. This is what they look like when they're fresh. These are bourbon chocolate sugar cookies. And in just a few moments, we're going to start making some dinner too. So you've actually arrived at a really nice time in the stream where sort of like the cookies are happening, the dinner is about to happen. We're going to make some popcorn also to package these cookies in boxes. And then I'm actually going to finish. I'm not going to package the cookies in the boxes on stream because the boxes have people's addresses on them, but I am going to package them in their back in a vacuum sealed package. Okay, let me catch up with chat in just a second. We're going to rotate these cookies in the oven. They look like they're just about in the place where the other ones were when I rotated them. So we're going to give those 7 more minutes. Okay, perfect. Okay. Whew. Whoopinyin. I'm trying there. Let me know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. You can feel free to spell it phonetically in chat and I'll remember it. Didn't even have internet when I was at school. The CD had just been invented. We got, I'm just after you, so I'm 40, and I had internet starting in like junior year of high school, I think, was the first year that I had internet at my house, like access to it. We had a computer. It was amazing. It made the wildest sounds. You did miss Stream 420. Stream 420 is on the YouTube channel, though, if you want to check it out. We didn't do anything specific for Stream 420. What did I make for stream? Appropriately enough, I don't remember what we did. It wasn't anything specifically marijuana related, but like everything in this stream, whether out loud or implied, is marijuana adjacent. 'Cause I'm a big fan. We just don't do it on stream. It's illegal in Pennsylvania, so we don't have anything to do with it while we're live. So I don't want to get banned. Okay, let me space these out appropriately. And here we go. Okay, this pan's ready to go in the oven. So my goal is always one pan ready to go in the oven, one pan in the oven. And then we're going to have one last little pan after that, and we're finished with our cookie baking. Now, we need 48 cookies. We have to have, no, we don't need 48 cookies. We need 40, 50, 60, 68, 72 cookies. We need 72 cookies, I think, is the number that we said. So let's count how many cookies I've got. Let's count how many cookies we have left. And let's make sure that we have enough cookies before we start doing something else. Because if I need to make a fourth batch of these, I'm going to be annoyed, but we'll do it. I'm actually going to be really annoyed if I get, if I have to make another batch of these. Hey, Factor 75 sent me a physical mailer in the mail today. Wild. Okay. Whose nose says regarding we're back to our Tinder conversation. I just need to find a couple to adopt me. I would be like a platonic third, which is reasonable. I believe that would be a throuple in the parlance of our times. I'm 40, Savory. Yes, I am. Wapinyin, either is fine. Well, I'll take the first one that came to mind. I designed the name to be pronounced to be whatever the user preference is. I appreciate that. I like that. It's nice knowing that, actually, and so consider it. I've never made edibles, Agent. No, I haven't. Don't I miss Virginia? I mean, Virginia's nice. I think it's odd that PA of all places hasn't legalized it. I do think that too. It's weird because every state around us has, so we're just like bleeding money into the other states' economies. Cool. Okay, let's count. What did I say? I needed 48 plus 24. That's 48, 58, 68, 72. 72 cookies is what I need. So I have 3. Hold on. My stacks aren't even here. I need 4 cookies per stack so I can actually count this. 2. Is that 2 cookies? No, that's just 1. Okay. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40, 44, 48, 49, 50, 52, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's 60, 62. Oh, yeah. Plenty of cookies. Let's make dinner. While these cookies continue to cycle through the oven, we're going to make dinner. Dinner's going to be a soup. It's just going to be like, whoop, into the pot. Everything in the pot. Everything go in the pot. We're good. I need to prep some vegetables, but overall, we're going to move on to dinner for now. And once dinner is on the stove and looking good and like ready, then we'll come back and package these cookies in the plastic, in the vacuum sealer. So I like to vacuum seal them when they are as dry as possible, because if they are still warm at all, they end up getting steam inside of the packaging, which sucks because it softens them, and nobody wants that. Whose knows? Thank you. Whose knows? Thank you. You have been on top of the numbers today all day. like from the plastic bags and the all of it. I appreciate it. I appreciate it because I am also a bit numbers oriented when it comes to things. I'm not mathematically inclined. I am only mathematically inclined with regard to cooking and like the kitchen and things like that. I'm not at all like, I don't have a brain for numbers outside of that. But if you give me like kitchen calculations, I love it. Bakery, what'd you cook? Megan, welcome in. Autism and ADHD is really showing today. Real talk, my therapist just came back from maternity leave yesterday. And so I was like, hello, here's all the things I thought about to talk about with you since last time we were together. One of those things was I was like, can we revisit the ADHD conversation? Because I feel like I would like to just get like a little confirmation or like formal, like whatever about that, because I'm feeling a little way about it sometimes. And she was like, sure, let's do it. So we're going to do it. And will I change anything about my behavior or intake? No. Will I potentially have knowledge about my own self and mental landscape? Yes, and that'll be nice. Okay, these just came out of the oven. They also look great. Again, the cracking on the top is really fantastic here. Broccoli says, I made my living analyzing data. I do love data. I'm a big spreadsheet fan. I love making a spreadsheet. They're amazing. But I also don't have a like love for math, if that makes sense. I sort of begrudgingly accept the fact that I have math to do sometimes. And then I'll do it. But I don't love it. It's wild because my son really enjoys math, and he's good at it and has like a mind for it. And it's interesting to me because they're teaching all sorts of different like techniques and ways about using numbers and how to add and manipulate. And it's very like, it's very different from what I learned. So like the ways that he's learning to divide and all that is like also new to me. And I'm like, hey, I'm glad you're good at this and enjoy it, because like I'm going to be shit at helping you with homework. Like, you want help with your homework? Here's my friend ChatGPT. I'm just kidding. Potato and chickpea curry is it's so good. Who's knows says my therapy has to be so structured because we get nowhere, because I'll just rant and rant and rant until the session is over and beyond. Yeah, I definitely, I could do that. I usually come in with an agenda though. Frost drawing, I did draw the cookie winners. Yes, I did. I did that on Tuesday of this week. Credit card numbers live in the brain. Mine too. Mine too. You want to know mine? Just kidding. Mick says I wanted digits of pi contest in school because I got to like 73. You're just like, and go. It was also the weird who read the dictionary for fun. I read recipes for fun, so that's my kind of weird. They tried to teach new math when I was in school, and I ended up learning old math from my dad when he got home from work. Yeah, like, I remember Gwen was like talking to Calvin about his homework one day, and he was like, no, we do it like this. And she was like, I don't know how to do that, so we're going to do it like this. Okay, let's make some dinner. So the cookies are done. I'm good. I don't need any more cookie information. They're not done. Obviously, they're in progress, but we're, you know, I don't have anything else to do with the cookies to make them. They're rolled, they're on the tray, they're in the oven, they're on the counter cooling, and pretty soon they'll be in packages. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da. Let's make dinner though. Oh, hold on. That cookie that I was talking about earlier that I had like a little bit of an emotional response to, remembering from when I was a child, I also remember that had cinnamon in it, so I'll write that down. I'm going to make these. I think my mom made those. I'm going to ask her what they were. if she remembers. Mick says I was an early and prolific reader, so my parents took all the books except the French and English dictionary, the university dictionary, a thesaurus, and an atlas. Interesting. So they're just like, you are going to be verbose. Go. Soup. Calvin says he wanted soup this week. So what do they have? What do they have for the soup? Collard greens, grains, carrots, herbs, broth, nutritional yeast. Pretty easy, right? Did you know that if you add the digits of a number together by 3 and it equals 2, that number is divisible with 3? I did not know that. That's great to know. Calvin he gave me a math problem the other day that was like, he was like, I bet I can guess it was one of those like magic tricks, you know, where they just like all the math kind of works out and you like, you guess the person's number at the end. I was blown away. Okay. I wanted to check and see when this roasted potato recipe was actually due, because I said I would write it, but I don't know that I want to do that today. But if it's due like Monday, which it might be, I'm going to maybe do that. Okay, hold on. Where is this? Where is this assignment? Referral call for potato. There we go. Potatoes. Due on March 17th. Huzzah! We'll do the potatoes next week. Okay, great. That's a relief. I thought they were due on Monday. They're not. Just like high school, we're gonna procrastinate. Not actually procrastinating. It usually takes me about 3 days. 3 days. I'll write a draft recipe. I'll make the draft recipe. I'll update the draft recipe, and then I'll make it again. Then I'm done. So it should be pretty easy. I'm about to rotate these cookies in the oven in less than a minute. Mick says I was an early and prolific reader, so my parents took all the books. And I'm reading the dictionary and cross-referencing to the thesaurus, which is kind of nice. Fluffy Bakery, you say not the collard greens in soup. Why not? They're a hearty green. I'm using collards instead of kale because I used kale last week. Nick says they thought I wouldn't read them or I'd get bored and go to sleep, and they were wrong. They were definitely wrong. I was musing the other day that, you know, Calvin, my son, will like watch random stuff on YouTube, and I'm like, what kind of value is that? Right? Like, I'm just being a dick about it, but like, I think to myself, man, you used to sit down and read the encyclopedia. Like, literally, I would read the encyclopedia because it was fascinating. And honestly, it's kind of the same thing. Like, his is a little, you know, YouTube is obviously not Merriam-Webster, but it's still, I don't know, still just like random data into my brain. Broccoli says, I'm a big fan of coconut, carrot, ginger soup, along with corn chowder and split pea, but the pea soup takes a lot longer. It does take a lot longer. I just pitched that 3-pea soup that I made the other day that my family was like, holy crap, this is really good. I just pitched that as a potential recipe. So we'll see if they bite. Any number divisible by 6 or 9 is divisible by 3. That makes sense. That does make sense. Not this Monday, next Monday. It's true. It is next Monday. But next week, oh shit. Next week. No, I'll be able to do it next week. Better under pressure. Mm-hmm. Sort of. Not better quality. More consistent work. If you give me the same, if you give me the 2 hours that are a week and a half before the deadline, you're not getting the same level of work as if you give me the 2 hours, 3 hours before the thing's due.
Collards, mustards, and kale all win in soup. Yeah, and I think I might even have some turnip greens in there too. I love encyclopedias and atlases. Totally. Oh, the atlas is amazing. I loved an atlas when I was a kid. Thought they were an on their own item. They are an on their own item, but you can definitely put them in soup. Any of those hardy greens are sort of interchangeable in soup, at least in my opinion. Yeah, so we have some collards. They're a little wilted because I didn't store them properly, but like, sorry, they're going in soup. They're getting wilted anyway. We'll do that. So soup is going to be collards, turnips, turnip greens. We'll do some celery, some carrot, thyme. I've got broth in here. I've got more broth in here. I've got wheels of solid steel. I've got tires that grab the road. What else did I write down? Collards. Grains. Oh, right. Grains. What grains did I want here? I think I mentioned farro. Farro is open, so we're going to put farro in that. Great. And the farro is just going to go in. Like, I'm not going to do anything extra and special to it. Usually when I make farro, if you've been here before, we boil it like a pasta and then fry it. That's like my favorite preparation of farro. But it's going to go in the soup. So I'm just going to put it in. It's going to like simmer in the soup for like 20 minutes. If it starts to fall apart a little bit and gets like mealy and falls apart, like that's okay. It'll just thicken the soup a little bit, so it's totally okay. Mick says, I remember asking the librarians when the new encyclopedias were coming every year because I'd keep notes of new things that had occurred that I wanted to look up. That's super fun. We didn't have internet. Yeah, exactly. You're just like, now people are like, do you remember that thing happening? And I'm like, no. Do I have breadcrumbs in the fridge? I do. I have whole wheat breadcrumbs. Okay, let's start prepping some of these things. I might also, knowing that I'm not using the potatoes right now, I might also add potatoes, a potato or two to this soup, because the turnips, carrots, and potatoes. We're gonna have like a triumvirate of a trio of potato, turnip, and carrots. Yeah, put them back in a bowl of ice water. Yeah, that's a good idea. I will, we'll just do that. We're going to take a break in a moment here because we're right about the top of the hour. So it's been another hour. Can you even imagine? Let's do that. Actually, Mick, that's a good idea. I'll do that with the greens, and then we'll take a little break here. So just let's get a big bowl of cold water together. So now we're officially sort of turning focus to dinner. The things that I have to do for Cookie Club today still are package the cookies, obviously, finish baking the cookies, but that's happening no matter what, and then make the popcorn. I am probably going to get to the popcorn today. If not, it's okay. I mean, I'm going to get to the popcorn today, sort of regardless of what happens, because I'm going to package them tonight. But if I don't get to it on stream, that's totally all right. All right, let's take these cookies off the tray in preparation for our next round. We have one last batch of cookies to go in the oven. It's not a full tray, but it is still worth baking. Okay, let's just get these on the tray. And these don't have to be spaced at all in any particular way because there's only 5 of them. All right. Let's dump and some cold water. I'm going to toss my greens. Here's what I'm going to do with these greens. I'm going to cut them off. And we're just going to toss them directly in. There. Problem solved. Okay. Veggie food fight indeed. All right, I'm gonna pop those in. I don't need any salt in here, right? I haven't made pearl barley and whitefish soup in years. It'd be easy to whip up. Yeah. I love just like a grain in a soup. I love pasta in soup too, specifically orzo pasta. But like a little bit of barley or yeah, a little bit of barley. Barley or farro are those like big hearty grains that'll hold up in a soup, even if they're a little bit overcooked. Not a fan of grains. It's interesting that they are not, for me, when I have a dish like a soup that has grains in it, they almost never feel like they're as big of a presence as I expect them to be. I mean, they wilt so much. Be careful with the timing. Less cookies cooking. Yeah, they're probably, I'm sure they'll be fine. The other thing is I don't need these cookies that are on the tray there for my, I don't need those to go out. I'm making more cookies than I'm actually gonna need. So it's, if they overcook a little bit, if they're a little bit well done, that's okay. Nick says I have a tiny hatred of pasta in soup. Do you have a hatred of tiny pasta in soup, like orzo? Would you prefer rigatoni? Just kidding. Too many years of consuming terrible tin chicken noodle while sick. Yeah, the chicken noodle soup with the little crappy pasta threads is so sad. They're so sad. All right. Let's take a quick break here. I'm going to process the dishes that are in the sink so that I can just throw them in the dishwasher. Uncommon, I would love barley. I don't think I have barley. Do I have barley? If I have barley, I'll put that in there instead. Oh, I do. Oh, look at this. I have like a cup of pearl barley. So we're just going to pop this in there instead of farro. Or maybe we do a little of both. Maybe we do a little of both. We're going to do a little of both. Okay. But I do have barley, so we can use that. All right, let's take a quick break. We're going to play a game of words on stream. I'm going to process the dishes that are in the sink and go from there. Here comes a game of words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute Twitch advertisement. If you're on Twitch, you're going to get an ad. Hey, heads up if you're lurking and you're not a subscriber. It's about to get maybe louder. I'm not sure. We'll be right back.
Hi. Welcome to another
there it
edition of
goes.
Commercials I Hate.
Maybe I'm not going to. Days, do you need to go out? Okay. Nope. Daisy needs to go out, so I am going to let her out instead of doing the things in the sink. Okay. All right, good girl.
All right. Come on, Days. I know the game ended. I'm not there to start a new one right away. Just have to wait for the timer. Here comes Daisy. Good girl. Good job asking to go out. Ooh, she's running across the house. What are you excited about? What do you got going on in that little brain of yours, Days? Did you hear me say the word carrot like 15 minutes ago? Okay. Back. New game is starting. Daisy is now next to me, whining and wailing and just being a generalized nuisance. Because she definitely smells. She definitely knows that there's carrots up here on the counter. I said the words. Said the words, and now she's like frantic. Now she's frantic over it. Okay. All right. If you were on Twitch and you were experiencing an ad break, you're probably back. You should be back. I would imagine you're back. Maybe you're not. If you're not, just wait longer. Okay. We're finishing a Game Awards on stream. We'll be done that here in just a moment. Daisy has been out. I did absolutely nothing with the sink that I wanted to, but that's okay. And we'll be making soup here in just a few moments. I've got my cookies. Last cookies are in the oven. And I don't know what the process that I'm using for this soup is. I think we're gonna. Last guesses, y'all. I think we're gonna. I think with the soup, we're going to just chop up all the ingredients and then figure it out while we're on the move doing that. That's the thought here. All right, excellent work, y'all. Only missed a few, and that was what looked like a difficult round. From what I could tell, that seemed like it might have been difficult. Okay. Greens are soaking. That's good. We're just gonna let them soak. What am I making this soup in? I'm gonna make this. Kathy, enjoy your dinner. I have cookies for you. I'm gonna be shipping them out tomorrow. Tatsu, why soak the kale? Because it was a little bit wilted, so you can just put it in water and it sort of reinvigorates it. Because Mixed Phoenix Dog mentioned it in chat, and I thought, that's a good idea. It seems like either a good idea or a neutral idea. So those are the types of ideas where I'm like, sure, let's do it. Okay, rotate it. Not that I only follow good or neutral ideas, but sometimes I don't follow good ideas because I don't have the time, because it's just not in the cards that day. It does. It hydrates the leaf. Exactly. No, I'm kidding. Makes them think they have a chance of coming back to life. Yeah. They're going in soup. They don't. All right. I am going to cut these. These are turnips. Specifically, these are Hakurei turnips. And I'm going to cut these in wedges. I want wedges out of this situation. And do I want wedges? No, I want half wedge. Yes, I want wedges, but I also... Okay, I got it. We got it. We figured it out. Blue, stop talking. Just slice now. Okay. Perfect. So I want this to be something like a vegetable stew. Not thick, like a vegetable soup. So I want like visible pieces of vegetable in here, like chunks, right? If there's not garlic involved, I might not. There's garlic involved. Here it is. We love garlic. Saltwater soaking. I didn't salt the water. They're just in there. Yeah, Tatsu, exactly. They'll just wilt again when you cook them, but like, you know, for one shining moment. They are crisp and ready. Okay, I'm just putting these turnips in wedges, and we're going to cook them that way. I'm not peeling them. Yeah. I look at so many turnips trying to find the daikon radishes. They are very similar. They're all like, they would be right in the same section, I would imagine. Mix, enjoy the process. I'm sure it is a process. Good luck. Thank you for your luck. Ooh, my stomach just went nuts. I haven't eaten a lot today. All I've had today is like crap. I had a croissant, I had like a cookie, some coffee. That was it. So I'm definitely in the market for dinner here. My body is in the market for some food. Yeah, salt would help with the bitterness, I think. I think that's right. Also just generally helps with flavor. So maybe I'll use Drew's Dutch oven tonight and I'll cook dinner in that. Because they're going to come over later and, you know, maybe it would be nice to see their Dutch oven in use. I like a daikon too. Yeah, daikon's good radish. Jicama is what I'm thinking of. Not the. Yes, daikon radishes are good. I was thinking of like a raw salad, and it's the jicama that I'm thinking of, not radishes. Although radishes are great raw. Got it from my oxtail pho. Ooh, nice. That's a great way to break in the Dutch oven, that's for sure. Okay. Daisy's here. I thought you were talking about cameras. That's a Nikon. Yes. I got a daikon radish. I used to take a photograph. Alzheimer. I made soup with a whole chicken. Hell yeah. That sounds fantastic. I love a whole chicken in anything. Okay, let's cut this carrot roughly the same size as the turnip. The dog has been alerted. The dog knows. She knows. She knows. No, she knows. She is next to her food bowl, but she is leaking air like a balloon in the form of whining. I love Hickam. It says a lot like water chestnut in taste and texture. Yeah. Yeah, good analogy. Water chestnut is basically exactly that. Yeah. Jicama is it is really nice for cold salads, raw. I like there's a jicama apple salad that I really enjoy that I make occasionally. And I don't know that I can't recall actually cooking jicama now that I'm like considering it. The only thing about putting a whole chicken in soup is putting the whole chicken in your bowl and leaving everyone else not. Oh, this one's mine. I like when you have a whole chicken and you're cooking it. This happens in the instant, like this happens in the pressure cooker, and then you like grab the bone, like the carcass from the bone, and you just like pull it out, and it just kind of slides out like a hand out of a glove. Kind of gross. Super fascinating.
Okay. I don't know how many carrots I just cut up there, but I'm trying to get roughly the same amount of carrots, turnips, and potatoes, so it's pretty even. This is going to be a pretty large volume soup. I love making soup with a lot of extras so that I have more soup to save. All right. Cookies are done. Cookies are finished. Finished baking. Oven is off. Love to see it. All right. Are we ready to give the dog? Can you see the dog? Can you see her over here? Can you see her reflection in the refrigerator? She's over here barking and whining at me. Not in getting. Daisy does show up for carrots. Ooh, good bamboo shoots. Yeah. Yeah, I love any of those crispy vegetables. They're great. Are they a fruit? Interesting. We're gonna give Daisy a carrot. I'm gonna cut this carrot so that she has like basically 4 big chunks, but I'm gonna give her a whole carrot. If you are a dog fan, if you're an animal lover, now is the time to come on back to the screen. Come on back. Come on back. There's gonna be a wild animal, a wild and whiny dog on stream here in just a moment. She's ready. She's ready. Are you ready, babe? You ready? There she is. There's our girl. Being a good girl. Being a real good girl. Here she is. Daisy, would you like a piece of carrot? Yeah, you would. Easy. Wow. She wasn't expecting a carrot that big. Look at her. She's got to go eat in private. She's going to eat. She's going to consume her carrot in private. She's just like, that was, her eyes got wild when she saw the size of that thing. That's what she said. But they did. They did though. She is, Days, are you good? You good? You want more? Days, you want another carrot? Do you want another one? Yeah, you do. There's another one. You didn't know there was another one available. You thought that was the whole thing. Sit. Wait. No. Wait. No. No, 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 no. Wait. Easy. Good girl. That was an okay wait. I'm trying to get it to the point where she can have, I want to be able to put it on her nose, like a cookie. I want to be able to put like a little treat on the tip of her nose. Oh, you see that other one, huh? Sit. Wait. Wait. Good girl. That was good. Yeah, it's she definitely, Baker, you're right. She has the type of nose to balance cookies on. She definitely has like a flat top nose. Sit. No, I don't want that. We're working on wait. 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 Easy. Good girl, Dace. That was amazing. Did y'all see that? She did such a good wait there. She won't hold her head still unless I hold her. Like, I'm not forcing her, but I'm like providing a little shelf for her head to stay on. And she's getting a lot better. She's definitely improving on the weight. You're doing real good, babe. You are such a good girl. You are, but that's it. That's it. That's all. Hey, we're done. See, we're finished. There's one more piece down there. You missed it on the floor. Got it? Good girl. You're a good one. We're all done. See? Show her the all done hands. Nothing up there. Nothing else for you. Fluffy Bakery. Yes, to answer your question. I only have one child, so it's a little easier, generally speaking. It's not plural. So, but yeah, he's real good about being open to what I'm making. Yeah. Nope, just the one. I have one child, one partner, one dog, I live with one child, one partner, one dog, several fish, and a foster cat. That's what's in my that is the typical allotment under my roof. Okay, we just rinsed with a Z the potatoes. Cyborg says, my friend who's a dog trainer literally uses a chin rest for teaching these kind of things. It's easier for them to learn to be still if they have something to rest their chins on. Like, that's my thought. Like, I'm doing this. Like, I'm holding her under here. But I'm not, like, forcing her head there. She's very interested in keeping it there. And it's like, yes, I expect this to be here while this is here. Like, I'm holding both. Eventually, I want to get to the point where I can let go of the treat, and then eventually I want to be able to let go of her face. Like, that's the goal, but she is 12 years old and we're getting there very slowly, but we're getting there. If you've been hanging out here for a while, you've seen Daisy make progress. You've definitely seen her make progress. I never peel potatoes either. Who knows? You can't. Who's got time for peeling potatoes? Why? The other question is, why peel the potato? There's no real, like, the skin has nutrients in it. It's not valuable. Why not just eat it? I hate vitamins, Safo says. That's also valid. My favorite potatoes are the golden red ones. I love a red potato. I don't usually buy these types of potatoes, these like Yukon Gold sort of style. But the recipe that I was intending on using these for, and I have some more in the cabinet, so I'll still use them for that. I want to call for that because they're the most common type of potato that you can find. And when I'm doing like recipe stuff, I prefer using something that is really common, like really common. John, hello. Look better in a Palms puree. You fancy for mashed potatoes there. Palms puree. That's like $15 mashed potatoes, right? Don't put russet potatoes in soup because they'll fall apart. That's why they say Yukon Gold is the best for that, because they don't fall apart. That's true. These will probably fall apart a little bit. But so will the turnips. The carrots are going to be the most... they're going to have the most structural integrity of all the vegetables in here. That's guaranteed. Potatoes, the fingerling potatoes, uncommon. Yeah. I love fingerling potatoes. Those are definitely my strong preference, if available. Oh, I also have onions. Remember the onion that I made? I was like, oh, I have too much onion. We'll use this on Thursday. Hey, it's Thursday, and I remembered. Love it. Did I turn the oven off? I did. Okay. Great. So wild. My family should be home pretty soon. Calvin should be finishing his orchestra in about 10 minutes from now. Gwen's probably already parked over by school.
on her way home from work. She's been in her office all day. So probably about 25 minutes from now, it's going to get possibly real loud in here. We'll see. But we're working on some soup. We're gonna finish this soup. We're gonna once the soup is underway and simmering, we're gonna start packaging. No, once the soup is underway and simmering, we're going to pack popcorn. We're gonna make popcorn because that I can do. Also, that's like an also on the stove situation, and that will be good because as I'm like fussing with the soup and seasoning and like, you know, you add things in different times, I can stay near the stove and make the popcorn at the same time. So there you go. $15 mash. I'm used to making them. Butter up the yin yang and all that. Yeah, hell yeah. Starchy potatoes, waxy for soups. Oh, I like that. I like that. Just like keep that in mind. What about fries? What's better for fries? I believe you would call them pommes frites. And if we're being fancy here. All right. Some celery here. And we'll already cut up the onions, so that's good. And then we'll just do a little garlic. And the rest is going to be like dried herbs. I have some fresh parsley in there, but I may put that in, but I'll probably just fill out the rest of this with dried stuff, right? Alexander, welcome in. I'm glad you're alive. That's a good thing. Who's knows? Do not ask me if I want mashed potatoes and then come at me with some smooth, creamy, chunkless potatoes. I will kill someone on this hill. I like a chunky mashed potato. I like a country style mashed potato. The ones that are like super smooth, they're like good, but they don't have the same sort of they don't have the same kind of soul. That's all. Having some cauliflower, beautiful. Love cauliflower. Angry Rook, welcome in. Happy Thursday to you. I do love some cauliflower. I haven't had cauliflower in a while, but I saw some recipe recently and I was like, oh, I want cauliflower, and I forget what it was. I didn't save it, so it's gone and I'll never, ever, ever see it again. But recently I was inspired to think about cauliflower. Not helpful, but factual. Okay, garlic is looking good. Let's take that and we'll put that one back in the cabinet. Whoa, my shoe came off. That's not good. Russet, Avo? Yeah, I feel like russet's what the recipes call for. Posted the curry. Excellent. Thank you. John says russet is starchy because the perfect fry is fluffy in the middle and crispy on the outside. Yeah, waxy wouldn't work. Waxy would be like solid, right? Spaghetti, hell yeah. I love spaghetti. I love spaghetti. Oh man, now I don't want soup. Don't put them in the sieve. Nah, potatoes. I'm with you. Mashed potatoes. I feel like mashed potatoes need a little bit of like. I don't know. I don't want them to feel like pudding in my mouth. I want there to be like distinct potato. Trying to fast for Lent. Lent is 40 days, right? It's a long time. I'm assuming, I mean, obviously one would fast like during the daytime and then eat in the evening, but yeah, steak fries. Steak fries in the oven are good. Kennebecs? Oh yeah. The Kennebecs. Aren't they called blue potatoes too? I feel like that's an alternate name for them. Broccoli says my mother-in-law used to make cream of potato soup. Starchy are fine for that because it all gets blenderized. Yeah, cream of potato soup is the one. Cream of potato soup is like if your mashed potatoes get too creamy, you just add more liquid and call it soup.
40 days. Right. I know things. I went to Catholic school. My goals are trying to make Duchess, fondant, and other potato recipes I want to try. Duchess potatoes. Duchess potatoes sounds so hoity-toity and delicious. I love the names, like Duchess potatoes. Mashed potatoes should be pipeable, John says. I think that's like, I always feel like fancy mashed potatoes. When I say fancy, I just mean like, I don't know, multi-part, multi-step mashed potatoes always are smooth for some reason. Should be spreadable. Okay. I feel like I'll eat those for sure, right? There's no world in which I'm going to reject mashed potatoes that are presented to me to eat. Like, sorry, this is not not going to happen. If I'm given a preference, I want mashed potatoes that have like chunks to them. I want mashed potatoes that are slightly more mashed than like a potato salad. And I know I'm probably in the minority here. So Fluff, you like the smooth? Makes sense. Penne noodles are the best because they're easy enough for children to eat and fancy enough for adults. Totally. Penne noodles are great because you can eat them with the tines of a fork. I love purple potato, Alexander says, like smooth mash, but chunky soup. If I'm making mashed potatoes, I mash them by hand. Sometimes I'll run them through I'll do like a hand mixer. But I don't like keep mixing them. Like once they're sort of starting to be incorporated, then I'll stop. Okay, we're getting in on this garlic, and this is the last thing. Yeah, that's the last thing. Okay, so basic soup. What else do I want in here out of my refrigerator? Let's just like take a look and see what we have in here. I'm probably going to add a little bit of miso to this, probably red or white miso, depending on which one comes to hand first. And oh, these greens. Let's cut up these greens now that they're like soaked. Right? Uncommon says, I personally like my mashed potatoes more rough. A lot of people over mash their potatoes and I don't want gummy. Yeah. And there is a line where they go from mashed to gummy where they're no longer, it's like, this is no longer good. I know what you're talking about. I don't mind smooth, like real smooth potatoes, but once they hit that, like the point of being gummy, it's like they're like inedible. I can never forget how to make Palms puree. They ruined my mental health and gave me an unforgettable potato recipe. 6 out of 10. It actually sounds like a lot less than 6 out of 10, John, but just being funny. All right, let's drain this bowl. And this is also my popcorn bowl, coincidentally. So once this bowl is once this bowl is empty, we're gonna rinse this and put it on the drying rack so I can use it for popcorn here momentarily. We're gonna stem and sort of like rough chop these greens. There's no like specific way that I need to chop these, but if you want creamy potatoes, I would ask for creamed potatoes. That's one way of getting them. Yeah, you can't overmix them, John. Once the starch is like, hello, we're here, you've lost it. You've lost the whole thing. Frustrating. Very frustrating. I've definitely done that at home where I've been like mixing and sort of, I don't know, not paying attention. Like you overmix them and then you like take the mixer out. It's like gluey, and you're like, oh shit. Oh shit, I messed that up. So this is a mix of turnip greens and kale, or turnip greens and collard greens. That's what we're working with right now. It's the last of the ingredients, I think. The last of the ingredients that need to be prepped. What time is it? 17:44. We're making great time. We're doing good today. This has been got started slower than I thought we would, but we finished the cookies. They're done. They're out here on the counter in the air, getting dry, cooling down to room temperature and drying out a little bit so that we can package them. Once the soup is on the stove, we are gonna turn our attention to packaging cookies. So it should be pretty easy. I'm not gonna fuss too much over this soup. As long as it's got enough salt in it to taste good, I think we're gonna let it be a little less fussy than maybe my usual, because I have cookies to attend to. The worst thing is you can't save to over mix smash. Nope. Can you not? You just gotta start over? And you can't, I guess you can't add like water to it, right? That wouldn't work. You can't really add milk to it. There's nothing to counteract that starch. I guess seems accurate. Like it could be a texture thing. Who's says like I can't eat peas and mushrooms because the texture makes me physically uncomfortable. Texture is an interesting thing. I mean, a lot of people have very clear feelings about the types of just about texture in general. Like my partner Gwen is very anytime something like mushroom, that like mushroom texture, she hates it. Probably use it for wallpaper glue. You gotta spread it real thin. Cumin, chili, black pepper, Sichuan peppercorn, soy, shocks and wine, and salt. You've got an excellent Beijing style lamb meatballs. Ooh. I don't know what Shaoxing wine is. I definitely don't have that. Does that go by another name? Would I know Shaoxing wine by a different name? Brocky says, if I had a pound of ground lamb, I'd make moussaka. I would happily take a pound of ground lamb. I don't know what I'd do with it in this moment. I'd probably put it in the freezer and continue making soup, because that's already sort of underway. Maybe I'd add ground lamb to it though. All right, lots of turnip greens in here. We have some kale greens, not kale, collard greens. Collard greens and turnip greens, and I'm just trimming them up right now. Once I'm finished trimming these, I'm gonna rinse my bowl out and set that on the dish rack to dry so that I can use it again in a few minutes here for popcorn. Nope. I'm taking the browned, any type of like brown or yellow or wilted leaves out of here. Putting these in water definitely crisps them back up again. That was, I wasn't gonna do that, but that was the right move. I've seen recipes that say if you can't find Shaoxing wine, to replace it with dry sherry. Okay, so it's like a dry wine, I'm assuming then. I mean, sherry's pretty dry. Okay, bowl is on the dish rack now. Let's finish these greens, and then we'll get my soup started. All right, I think I'm finished with my cutting board, I believe.
And before I get started with the soup, I have cookies to move off of the stovetop. Beautiful. Okay, and I said this jokingly earlier, but I am going to use my friend's Dutch oven, which is still at my house because it's a good one and it is great for soup. So we're going to do that. All right, cookies are completely finished cooking and are on the rack cooling. Let's come over to the stove. I'm going to toss this soup and get this soup underway here. So let's do this. We're going to turn my pot on. I'm going to put some olive oil in there. We're going to get started. We're going to cook the onion and garlic first. Oh, what happened to that camera? That's no good. Let's turn that camera off and then back on. What happened? Uh-oh. Interesting. Oh, weird. Hold on. Something is happening here. What is happening? Why is that camera off? I know you can still hear the microphone because I can see the sound going out, but I am not seeing. Okay, let's do this. We're going to unplug and plug. And then this is my main cam. So let's unplug and plug. Something's happening here. Yeah, that is very true. Why is that camera not working? Weird. It's also weird. My whole stream deck isn't working. What's happening here? Wow, that furs at a rather unflattering scenario. Okay. That's interesting. Interesting and unexpected. Let's do this. We're going to unplug the whole thing. Not the whole thing. We're going to unplug the stream deck. Stream deck is shot. What happened? Hey, hello. Let's unplug. Hold on. Let's unplug the whole camera. Hey, how you doing? Not great? You don't feel good? Oh, headache? Okay. I'm sorry.
Mom. Like,
yeah.
Really bad. And I said really bad.
Okay.
We're getting Motrin.
Good.
Or Tylenol.
Good.
I prefer Motrin.
Okay. Well, that's fascinating. Sorry, my stream is like crashing in like really slow motion. It seems like. It's so weird. Oh, you did? You like the burrito? Good. All right, let's unplug the stream deck entirely. Oh, yeah. Wow. Okay. We will. Okay, we'll BRB, I suppose. I feel like I need to restart my computer. That's fun. yeah, I think I need to restart the stream. We'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that.